Yes. Yes, you can. Yep.
All right.
Yapping it up.
Okay, we on?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
live.
Okay, so we'll start the timer just right now. All right, so this is Phantasy Star 4. It's the last of the quadrilogy of the Phantasy Star games on the Mega Drive, and the first one, the Master System. I think most people know it from Phantasy Star Online, which is on the Dreamcast. I am Jiseed, and I'm joined here by Bick.
Super happy to see this run out of Marathon. This series is probably Sega's equivalent to Final Fantasy. I think less people had a Sega Genesis back in the day, but this is a very strong RPG series that has a lot of love, but probably didn't see quite as much as Final Fantasy, so it's nice to see this here for sure. Number 4 is probably universally agreed upon as the strongest one out of the 4. They're all very good and have their own neat quirks, but 4 is the one that kind of took all the good things from the other games and put them together into one really, really nice package. So you'll see a lot of the unique features of Phantasy Star coming up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, it's definitely the one that's aged the best out of all the original 4.
Absolutely. Just going through some kind of the backdrop here as far as what's going on in the story to get you going. So just like with any other typical RPG, you can mess around with the speed of the game, message speed and whatnot, so we'll be doing that real quick just to push through a little bit faster. And one of the unique things of 4 is you're seeing cutscenes right now, and it's probably one of the first precursors to like actual video. So here, obviously, that couldn't happen on the Genesis, but they're showing a lot of comic book panels and a lot of emotions on their characters and things like that to really help the story along. It's a really nice feature for sure. Another thing you can notice here too is this is the only game where they seem to walk around at a pretty good speed. If you take a look at the other, you legitimately walk at a snail's pace, and it just feels slow. It's part of what makes the older games a little bit harder to pick up in this day and age.
Yeah, if you go from Phantasy Star 3 to this one, it's just a huge increase in walking speed. Like, I think that's the slowest walking speed I've ever seen in a game before.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. This is going to be an any percent run, so Jiseed's going to aim to beat the game as fast as humanly possible. Glitchless in the sense that there just doesn't seem to be anything that can be taken advantage of, at least for now. Maybe somehow something will be found in the future, but otherwise, Jiseed here will be doing everything quote-unquote legitimately.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of things we're going to have to change for the marathon safety. Mostly just a little bit of extra leveling before some bosses, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, the idea behind the run is basically almost like a low-level challenge, if you want to call it that.
Alright, so this boss, we got to either do 300 damage to it, or we have to paralyze it, which isn't going to happen this time, unfortunately. It's a unique little thing, actually, where you can paralyze this boss because it doesn't have the correct flags, and when it's paralyzed, you can actually run away.
You would miss out on a little bit of experience, but not in a way that, yeah, exactly. And so you can see here, he could have, if luck had gone his way, he would have run away on the very first turn, whereas now he's got to take the requisite amount of turns to take him out like 5 rounds, I think.
Sometimes it'll take a bit more because Alys can do 59 damage instead of 60 like that, so we have to do an extra attack now, unfortunately. That's right, I did use up all the fission. Yeah, I did, okay.
And for a decent while, Jiseed's gonna be pretty choosy with his encounters. You saw he ran away from everything in the basement because nothing is worth fighting here. Here and there, he's gonna need experience and money, and he'll be doing that on the way through to different places. You won't see a crap ton of sitting in one area except for a couple of spots, and even then, that's really just for the marathon, not for the route itself.
Yeah, we do a lot of grinding on the way there, so it's basically a lot faster than it is just to grind in one spot.
That was probably one of the major things holding this route back for a decent amount of time, and once things got ironed out, They took like, almost an hour off the time.
Yeah, the route was it was pretty dead for a long time until I think late summer, early fall in 2015. We got a bunch of people, big influx of people starting to route and reroute the game and whatnot. So big shout outs to Taloof, Squid, of course my boy Agi10, the world record holder. He pretty much did all of Moda by himself here.
Yeah, he has a really nice run that's going to be hard to beat, just because a lot of luck has to go your way.
Yeah, this is very RNG dependent on just basic any percent. There's probably about 3 or 4 boss fights where you have less than 50% chance to do it in a timely fashion.
Yeah, as mentioned before, since there are no real tricks to try to take advantage of, you're doing it in such a way that you're trying to meet the bare minimum bar necessary to move on and past the content. Since it's a marathon, we'll be moving a little bit past that, but for the most part, this whole entire game is very, very dangerous. You just don't have the time, since it's a speedrun, to make yourself stronger.
So a small little trick that we can do here is sometimes you can do stutter steps. It'll reset the encounter, but it can reset the encounter rate. It can reset to 1 though. It seems like some places it works better than others. It might be just superstition, but I find it works better in places like the bioplant and Garo Tower and the world map sometimes as well.
Yeah, I want to say it was Squid that put in a lot of research for encounter manipulation.
Yeah, he did, and he said that I think every time you, I think every frame you change, it resets the encounter rate or something like that.
Yeah, to some variable number that's not going to be able to be controlled on an RTA setting. If you watch the TAS of this game, it's worked out to a T, and there's like no encounters that TAS gets into.
The boss fights are manipulated perfectly using like the Z and X and Y buttons and stuff. So.
Yeah. And just as a comparison of time, the TAS is like an hour and 20 minutes or something like that.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, whereas today we're going to be looking at, 3.5, 4 hours.
Yeah. So yeah, the estimate is a bit high, but when I actually submitted this game, I put in deaths to pretty much every major boss in the game, because if it can happen, it probably will happen. I've seen pretty much everything happen in this game.
Yeah, yes he has.
So we're not going to pull any punches on the estimate.
And Phantasy Star is not known for holding the hand of its players, so dungeons can be very long and very grueling, and there aren't any save points in there. So if the worst happens and you die to a boss, you have to reset all the way back to the beginning of that dungeon. And oftentimes that's not a short trip.
So we're going to get Rune here, and we'll be able to do the first little grind of the game. It's not too bad. We really have to just get Chaz up to level 4 so we can do a combo attack. It's called, what is it called?
Good question. Oh, a Tri-Blaster?
Tri-Blaster,
Yeah.
that's right. So that uses Alys, Chaz, and Han. That's an all attack. It's pretty much the only one you have until after Rune leaves, and it's pretty important for grinding. So we got Unaccrued Rune. The Wood Cane is really important. I'll talk about that later, though. So we're just going to get rid of everybody's stuff here, except for that leather cloth. That was a mistake. We're going to keep one hot knife on Chaz because we need to use a special skill later, and everything else is just so we can sell it. This first macro is just the grind macro.
Yeah, so a couple of unique features to the game. First is you can set up macros, and you can choose what you want your party members to do in that specific order. You can set up combos, or you can set up things in order. Maybe you have to use an item first before you want to use an ability or something like that. So it's a nice, because there's no predictable way for the most part to know who's going to go in what order unless you force them to go in that order.
Yeah, it's pretty important for like things like against the Zeo fight. If anybody knows that fight, you want to have the Cycle one go first, so you obviously want to have your slowest party member use it. So that's what we do there. We make Grizz use that.
And then another feature too is combo attacks. So it's not like a unique Chrono Trigger thing or anything like that. This game definitely put that out. There's a number of abilities that, and again, you really have no idea that they exist until you just try them.
I don't think we'll be seeing too many in this run. I think I only used about 3. I think I used Tri-Blaster, Firestorm and Blizzard. I might use Grand Cross if things line up, but I'm not going to make a macro for it.
Yeah. I mean, it can be a 2-person ability, it can be a 3-person ability, just depending on what it is.
Yeah, the ultimate ability is actually a 4-person combo, but we're not going to be near enough high level to do that.
Rune is kind of like one of the best magic users in the game, and he starts off quite a bit stronger than you. So he's going to be used very oftentimes to take care of everybody.
Yeah, he starts at level 17 here. That's why he has all these spells and just kills everything in one shot. In the old route, we actually stayed here until level 5, but we determined it's not really that important to do that because actually the XP here is pretty crappy compared to
it is.
later on. Alright, so we got Sue, so it's no big deal about no more encounters, but if there are more, we'll fight some for extra Meseta.
There is a bare minimum that we do want to make sure we get. It's probably going to happen.
Yeah, I went and I grabbed the extra chest,
Yeah.
so that should be another 300 right there.
Oh, yeah. Plenty.
Yeah, you want to have a bare minimum about 2,000 there.
Yeah.
Alright, so we want to sell everything but the Wood King. The Wood King is really important because it actually casts Resta. So it's infinite use Resta. So we'll buy 1 Titan Mail and 5 Carbon Shields. This will help. The Titan Mail's for Alys to survive the Sandworm fight. And the Carbon Shields are just so people don't die when we're walking through dungeons.
Yeah, again, the game's pretty brutal in its own right, and Jiseed's not going to be spending any extra time trying to gain extra levels. So in order to help ensure people can survive even just basic encounters, doubling up on shields is a good way to go, especially because you also don't really need to worry about meleeing enemies and things. If you're actually going to fight them, you're probably going to use some kind of combo ability or magic on them.
Alright, this is a decently long cutscene, so any donations or anything like that, go ahead.
That we do. Before we get started with that, I'd like to point out that some of the donation incentives and prizes, since we're still at the early stages of this run, if you donate at least $5 during any time during the course of Phantasy Star 4, you will be entered in to get a Steam key for this game. We have a few of those that have been generously donated. And then additionally, the donation incentive for learning, what's the name of the spell? Megid?
Megid.
Megid.
I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows? I call it Megid, but no one really told me that.
So that donation incentive has already been met.
Oh,
So we will be getting that.
perfect.
And then we do have some donation incentives for the upcoming game, Quest for Glory, any % for naming the character. We have, oh gosh, these are some brutal names. Ferlin Toxikizes is leading that one at $110. Then we have Jermensch at 60, and Good Luck and or Blame Everhade at 50. And then we also have an incentive for doing a glitchless Quest for Glory EGA run immediately following the initial run. And that is standing at $20 of the 250 needed. So make sure to get those donations in sometime in the next few hours to make sure that is seen, because I'm sure it's going to be great. And then we do have some donations that have been put through. We have $5 from Anonymous. It says, keep up the good work, guys. Thank you. Steel Feather has donated another $5. Buffan says, keep up the good work, friends. Thank you very much for those $5. We have a $50 donation from Anonymous. It says, loving the marathon so far. Glad to see Phantasy Star get some love. And looking forward to seeing Bowie winning a race in a marathon. Donation to declare Sheila in Shining Force 2 Best Girl. And then we have a $50 donation from Turk and JD. Thank you very much.
Alright, so this play is pretty simple. We don't really want to fight any encounters here, it's not worth it. So the only one I did do was that surprise attack, because I would go first and There's really no loss there, but generally everything available for you here, and it's just not worth the time.
But you did see an instance of that Tri-Blaster ability. It's a combination of 3 different elemental offensive techniques that your 3 different characters have that combine to hit everybody for more damage than any of them would have hit in the first place anyway. It's very, very useful.
It's one of the rare energy attacks in the game that you can use. I think the only other one is Ren's Flare attack. So this is actually the first boss all over again, but this time we have a macro. He's weak to instant death as well as paralysis, so we have that macro set up here. Grizz missed, Chaz hit. So if he doesn't move, we can run away, but he did, so.
Never lucky. Okay, they were sometimes lucky.
Okay, is he gonna stay? Okay, no. Alright.
So Crash can be basically a one-hit kill, but it doesn't have the greatest chance of hitting. Although it is, I would say, more successful than not. Yeah,
I'd say it's 60,
pretty good. Yeah,
60%, something like that. But the real problem there is that Grizz is really slow, so having him go first, the Iglanova is actually able to spawn his little homie there. So
this game is not immune to recolors at all. So you will see a lot of the same enemies.
All right, so this is actually the first point in the game where I have to save. Kind of blanked out on that one. But yeah, this is the Biolab. Biosystems plant from Phantasy Star 2, actually. This is where Nay was made, I believe. Alright, so already getting some great luck with these running away.
Thankfully, they don't do very much damage.
Yeah, so if this is happening, actually, inside, I'd be pretty screwed.
If you're going to get ambushed, this is the place to do it, because the next part is going to be bad.
So yeah, this part, we're going to want to try and fight at least 1 or 2 battles just to help pad the experience and a setup for the next couple parts. But if we don't get any fights, it's still alright, because the wreckage is still decent XP and decent money. So I'm going to ignore pretty much all of the biological monsters. The ones that give the real XP are the mechanical ones. I think Chaz is beaten up a bit, so better be safe than sorry here. This is actually a remix of, I think, the final couple dungeons in Phantasy Star 1, which is kind of odd. You think they would use that in the air castle, but they don't.
They use the normal dungeon.
Alright, so we have to get kind of lucky here. I think Chaz will die in 2 hits. But they all hit Alys, so alright. That's right. So yeah, Grizz is pretty much dead the entire time. We don't need him for pretty much anything at all.
Grizz is basically garbage, aside from a couple of instances where for 1 turn he's not garbage, and then he's garbage.
Yeah.
So him dying is just not a big deal at all.
It's actually better because in this game we have the XP siphoning, so if he's dead, the other party members get more experience points.
Yes, like many other RPGs, the experience you gain from a battle, whether normal or bosses, are be split among whoever's alive. There will be plenty of instances in this run where that's going to be used to our advantage. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it was meant to happen that way, but it's pretty humorous. You see the person just floating around all ghost-like, and then next time Jiseed goes into the menu, you can see the status effect is dying. It's just, I don't know, it's super funny. He's not dead. Because we gotta cater to kids, I guess. I don't know, but he's dying. He's dying.
So actually, I managed to use all the Tri-Blasters here, so we're pretty well ahead with XP and Misset at this point. But we actually have to get through it, so...
Yeah. So things are looking pretty good as long as he can continue to run away. Because you can imagine just enough bad luck and even just one encounter, and you're in a lot of trouble. Yeah. Okay. So it's times like this is why he'd saved before he came here. Since he won't be fighting anymore, it's not a huge deal, but
Right,
the
so
less
there's no
meat bags you have,
counters,
then yeah,
we're safe.
yeah, we're good.
All right, so this is a lengthy cutscene, so any donations or anything like that?
Yeah, I would just like to give another plug to the Yeti. So this year, RPG Limit Break is partnering again with the Yeti, like we did last year. And there are 7 great-looking T-shirts over there. And that website is the Yeti, spelled YETEE.com/RPG Limit Break. $3 from every single T-shirt you purchase will be donated directly to NAMI. So there's some great-looking T-shirts over there. I know they have a Final Fantasy VI one that I've had my eye on for a while. I might be picking up myself. So feel free to check out those T-shirts over there. There's some good-looking ones. And as a reminder, this is RPG Limit Break 2016. We're here in Salt Lake City raising money for NAMI, like I mentioned earlier. That is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. May is Mental Health Month, so it's extremely fitting that we're here and raising money for this cause here in May. So feel free to go out on all the social media, on Twitter and Facebook and anything like that, and use the hashtags Act for Mental Health, hashtag Stigma Free, to spread the word and get the word out that we're doing this for a great cause.
I'm not gonna try to claim I'm familiar with every older RPG ever, but I feel like normally you're focused more on that fantasy setting with maybe a little bit of science fiction kind of mixed in there, whereas Phantasy Star is pretty much the opposite. Kind of very futuristic, very high technology with like, ooh, magic. Some people know magic and they're special, you know.
This seemed to be from Phantasy Star 2 onwards.
Yeah.
Although I guess Phantasy Star 3 was kind of like going back to the medieval thing with like the kind of the sci-fi
Sort
stuff.
of.
Yeah.
Until you
Go to the
no spoilers, but yeah, there's certain things you figure out about it that's still keeps in line with the setting. There's some backdrop stuff here. So we're in a solar system known as Algo, with 3 planets. I guess 2 planets now, and around the sun. And then a lot of the planets are controlled by like AIs, and basically. So the backdrop so far has been, life's good. Computers take care of everything for us, but things seem to be going wrong, and there's lots of monsters, and the weather's all out of whack. So you want to try to investigate what's going on. As you progress through the story, habit, right?
Oh yeah.
You wouldn't save anywhere in this run ever.
Oh, yeah.
So
if you're doing a normal run,
yeah.
it's all single segment.
Yeah, that's probably just working on muscle memory here. Right now, the backdrop is focusing on a person named Zio, who seems to be behind everything, and you're going to be seeing that name a lot. Right now, Jiseed's in an optional dungeon.
Yeah, it has the best money for this part of the game, and also the XP isn't too bad. I just think it's more or less on par with the bioplant. What we want to do here is get Chaz up to level 7 and Reek up to level 6. It helps make the next fight, which is like probably one of the biggest run killers in the game, a little bit easier. I'd say it brings your chances up from lower than 50 to about 80%. So
anytime Jiseed's going to be doing optional content, it's really not that optional. He really needs something out of the place to move on the next however much content. So even though story-wise he wouldn't have to come here, you'd be pretty stupid not to come here. It's just got to. So what this is going to mean, he might have had to make a return trip anyway, but now, unfortunately, Chaz isn't going to get the experience he needs. And he is one of the people who needs to level up here.
Yeah, we're going to have to go back into rest at the end and come back here.
Yeah.
Because there's no point going forward at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Sarika has her level, but...
yeah. Actually, yeah, I'm going to just have to go through, grab the armor, and then come back.
Yeah.
So, be a little bit extra grinding, but that's the way she goes sometimes.
Yeah, so just another example of what RNG could do to the run. This run is, you know, even in a PB attempt wouldn't necessarily be over, but it's a real time loss, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Would you say that there's any dungeons where you're not afraid of death?
No. That's a very good question, and the answer I don't think is no.
No, I don't. Like, I'm trying to think, and absolutely,
Yeah.
like, nothing's coming to mind. Like, every time I go someplace, something can kill me, like, instantly. Like, I mean, sometimes it's really low percentage. Like, if I'll get, like, 3 of the owl guys and they do the supersonic, I'm
Yeah.
screwed, but...
Yeah, maybe like some dungeons you'd have to get really unlucky versus like normal day at work, but for the most part you can die anywhere. Probably the only place you're basically safe is in the overworld. Other than that,
Yeah, well, once we get vehicles, it's really not an issue.
yeah. But Phantasy Star is not known for being easy, and you know most people back in the day would have just grinded a bunch.
Yeah, like, even when I was first playing through this game, I had to get Reek up to, I think, level 21 or whatever to beat Zio.
Yeah. I remember Jiseed was first starting to like look at the route and see what he could do with it, and I was talking to another friend of mine, the Roth actually. And he basically, if he could have seen me in person, because he's in Australia, he basically laughed in my face. Like, yeah, right, no one's going to speedrun this game, because you have to spend 12 hours grinding to beat it. But it's pretty impressive that actually you could beat the game in just over 3, if you're lucky.
Alright, so to speed things up, we're going to want to have Grizz and Alys die here, so I'm not going to heal them.
It's not worth trying to sit around and try to make it happen, but if it can happen, then that's good. That's good.
Okay, they give him, I thought I didn't give him the CRC nail yet.
Jiseed really wants levels here. He's going to be coming up on an optional quest pretty soon, and normally you'd have to either grind or wait till you got through a fair bit of content before you could do it.
Yeah,
But
so,
it's so worth it right now because you get a gajillion experience.
yeah, we used to have a route where we would have Han alive for it as well, but it turned out to be more than 10 minutes faster just to siphon the XP to Chaz and Rika.
Yeah.
Because what we need is to have Rika reach level 14 by the time we get to the top of Ladea Tower. Because the boss there does a really strong physical attack, and Deban is the only thing that we can have that can reduce that, because it would be instant one-shots on everybody besides maybe Rune.
Even in a PB attempt, Jiseed would be done, and he'd be leaving. This is part of his marathon safety because the next boss is really difficult to get through clean.
Yeah, because there's so many things that can go wrong.
Yeah.
Like, first turn, Alys dies, you can't win.
Yeah.
If Han dies, you're going to look at a 20-plus turn fight, stuff like that.
It's the run killer for everybody forever.
So yeah, so normally we do it level 6, but I'm getting up to level 7 here. That makes it so Chaz can actually survive if he gets critically hit. I mean, it's not a huge chance. I think I've seen the critical hit do anywhere from 56 to 70 damage, and his max hit points is 62. So we're actually finally done here.
Yeah. A big part of what makes this game rough is its unpredictability. Damage variances can be high, turn order can be never the same.
Agility seems to
ever.
work really weird in this game.
Yeah.
Like, I think it rolls a random number. So even if you have really high level, you know, you're buffed with Saner, sometimes the enemy will go first, like you get 2 medges in a row or something like that. It's just ridiculous.
The game basically does whatever it wants, and you got to deal.
Alright, so this is like A little bit of shopping here, just to survive Sandworm and make sure we don't have to come back later.
So your characters are part of a hunting guild, basically designed to kill monsters. So every now and then, as you progress through the game, you can stop by here and take on side quests if you want. You can take on this one really, really early, but even if you spent more time grinding than Jiseed did, you probably aren't at a level to do it very, very safely. He does have a plan, of course, but this is definitely something that unfortunately could take more than one try if things just go the wrong way.
So we're going to set up the Tri-Blaster macro again here. It's a little bit faster than having everybody waste turns. It doesn't do quite as much damage as everybody attacking, but that's not really what we're looking for here.
Yeah.
And these two other ones are just for when everybody else is going to die besides Chaz and Rika, so we're just going to set it up so there's a heal macro and then there's a defend macro. Because if Rika wants to waste a turn, defending is a lot faster than using the Wood Cane.
So things have to go pretty cleanly here. You want people to die before the end, but you certainly don't want them to die too early.
Yeah. So in pretty much all of my practice attempts for the marathon route, I've had Han die within 2 or 3 turns. So
yeah, you want to get out everything you can. So you want to Tri-Blaster till you run out. You want Han to Watt before he runs out, and then you want everybody to die, and then you want, and of course, Chaz and Rika have to live.
Nobody else.
Yeah, they need this experience. This route is totally dependent on this happening, and Sandworm can be very, very brutal. One of the things we saw in the macro was the Wood Cane. There are certain items in here that, just like in many other RPGs, if you use it as an item, it will actually cast a specific ability.
So there we use Vision that raises dexterity, which is hit rate. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful as it is in the Japanese version. The Japanese version raises dexterity by, I think it's 72.
It's 70, yeah.
And that actually makes this fight quite a joke. It makes Chaz crit every single time, and he'll pretty much never miss. Grizz as well, he'll be doing 30 damage. Chaz will do around 70. Alright, actually I think we'll use a Tri-Blaster.
So he's going to try to run out MP, or TP rather, doing as much damage, and then he's going to wait out Sandworm to make sure Sandworm kills all the necessary people before he moves on. And we'll just see what happens. You can't control who Sandworm hits or whether he's going to crit or not, so you really just got to roll the dice every turn and see what happens. The nice thing about Wood Cane is it's a free item. Rune has it, and you get it very early, and it's a free first tier healing spell.
Yeah, I don't think it would be possible to Tabia without it.
Yeah, I agree.
Actually managed to use all the Tri-Blasters this time, which is pretty
So far so good. I remember playing through casually. I probably didn't use most of my techniques because it's hard to even know what they do until you try them. A lot of their names make no sense, at least to me. But he did use some of them. Vision, I already said. Shift will be used a lot to up attack power. And then Saner as well, because it'll up everybody's agility. So most of the time he's going to go first, but not all the time.
So unfortunately now we have to kill off everybody, so we're going to have to wait.
Yeah. So here he's going to turtle up and just wait out Sandworm. Sandworm could continually hit Chaz and Rika for 12 rounds, or he could be a bro and do something like that. So again, this Sand... Hopefully I'm not jinxing you here, but it's looking pretty good so far. Nice.
Perfect. So yeah, once Han gets low on TP, it's time to get him out of there. I mean, he's in the last position, so he's probably the hardest one to hit. Sometimes it can take a really long time for that to happen.
Yeah, your party order does matter. Whoever's in front has a higher likelihood to get hit, and whoever's in the back has the least likelihood to get hit. Sometimes it never doesn't work out that way, but it's supposed to work out that way.
If you're looking at this screen, the way it works is the guy in the middle is in the front position, one on the middle left is second, and so on and so forth.
So you can see the benefit here of
So,
fighting
yeah.
this boss. That's a heck of a lot of levels.
It's about 7 levels each for Chaz and Rika.
I would dare say you couldn't really ask for a better fight there. It was really good.
Yeah, that was actually really good. So now we have Ryuka, which is just teleport.
So in a PB attempt, you'd basically want that exact fight, except everybody would be like a level lower.
Yeah.
So a lot more dangerous.
So we don't actually have to come back here, but we need to get the Meseta for later on. It's not like something we need to do after the quest is over or anything like that.
Yeah.
We're going to change the order up for Chaz and Rika to be in the front because we're going to be walking through a dungeon and everybody else will die in pretty much one hit. So yeah, in the old version, we used to do a lot of grinding here. We would have Han live through Sandworm, and then we would grind here with Vol and what's it called, Crash, I believe. And you can see the Zol slugs here. If you leave them, like there's just 2 left on the screen, they'll morph into a big slug that's worth quite a bit of XP. But like I said earlier, we determined that it was a lot faster just to have Rika and Chaz survive the Sandworm fight because actually the quest monsters give a lot of XP. I think the most XP in the game is given to you by the, I think it's the Fissure of Fear monster. I think that's besides Prophalis, which is in the final dungeon, which is just a clone of Dark Force from Phantasy Star 1.
You're seeing Jiseed stop by towns, even though he hasn't done anything. There's abilities he'll be using a lot. That's a mainstay in all the Phantasy Star games, or except for maybe one. I can't remember. It's the one I play the least. Ryuka, which allows him to instantly teleport as long as he's out of a dungeon to any town he's been to. So not all towns are important right when you get there, but he does have to make sure he stops by, so he has it on his teleport list.
Yeah, that's why we went to, I think it's Corrupt earlier.
Yeah.
Even though you're sent there part of the story, you don't get the Ryuka marker to actually teleport out there unless you go there beforehand.
Same with Mile.
So this place is actually quite dangerous. There's a bunch of monsters here, the Rippers and the Shadow Blade monsters. They have really high agility and they're quite hard to run from unless you get a surprise attack like that.
Yeah.
There's actually kind of a funny thing here. You can fight the mini-boss, which is Juza, coming up here. And on the next 2 floors afterwards, you can still get those encounters. So if you can actually get into an encounter afterwards and not be able to escape and then you're dead,
And die.
we affectionately call that Juza's Revenge. So yeah, we have to skip these black sections are actually holes. There's no way back up into the tower besides just exiting. There's actually a decent item. I think there's a moon dew in the first hole, but
Yeah.
it's not worth grabbing. So we got the laser sword and the laser claw there. Laser claw is simply because we could have to have 2 claws for the next fight. And laser sword is not a huge boost from the CRMC sword, but it allows us to sell it, which is a huge amount of money, so you pick that up as well. Okay.
This is definitely another fight that should be smooth, but as with anything else in this game, can just go.
So we're about to lose.
poorly wrong.
We're about to lose some party members, so I'm unequipping them so I can sell their stuff later.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna reorder the party because he can do single target attacks, but mostly he does multi-target. So we'll just put those guys in front just in case things work out that way. One of the rare occasions to actually heal Grizz. This fight's pretty simple. I actually bought that extra telepipe in, I believe it's Tanoe, because it allows us to use a couple more Sues, one of Chaz's abilities here. And if we don't have that telepipe, we can only use 3, but if we have it, we can use 5.
So we don't want to see too many of those.
Yeah, his worst attack there is definitely that Force Slash. I think it's one of the rare. I think it's a holy element attack. Don't quote me on that, but it's really quite powerful. Oh wow!
Lucky.
So yeah, this will just have Riki go first to be safe here.
Good call.
Yeah, I don't know why Chaz is going so slowly today. Alright, so we just gotta hope he doesn't die here. Alright, I think let's put Chaz on healing duty for a bit.
Unfortunately, it seems the #1 strat when you run this game is pray. There's just so much can not go your way. Like, this is insane. It's not, I mean, I guess it's not that insane. It's not like it's the first or second or third or fourth or fifth or sixth time I've seen this happen, but it's not right. Yeah. Should be getting close though.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, the reason that Sue's so important here is because Chaz often misses in this fight. So that's a guaranteed hit, and I think Juza's actually weak against light attacks. And that's what Sue is. I don't know why Chaz is really so slow today. This is honestly something I've never seen before.
There we go. It shouldn't have been that
Yeah.
stressful. It really shouldn't have, but it was. And that's the name of this game here. So if he were like low on HP, it would have been pretty smart to heal because you got 2 rooms full of encounters, but he's totally fine.
Yeah, we got lucky and got through there. Alright, so this is a decently long cutscene, so I need donations.
Yeah, of course. So I know a lot of you viewers out there are kind of longtime viewers. You've seen a bunch of these speedrunning marathons throughout the years. But some of you may be new and may not be aware of what we're talking about when we talk about like donation incentives and things like that. So when you donate, when you send in your donation, you can actually select for various naming of future characters in the rest of the runs throughout the marathon, donating for certain events to happen. For example, I was looking at the donation tracker just now, and we have some food lovers in chat because in the future Shining Force run, one of the characters named Lemon is going to be named Taco Bell currently, and Luke is currently named Five Guys. So we have some people with some good taste out there.
Nice.
And then we have other things like that. Like Bick on the couch right now is going to be running Final Fantasy V tomorrow, and one of the donation incentives for him is fight Neo X Death. So little things like that where you can donate to make the runner do some things that you normally wouldn't see in a speed run. So you can kind of see some new techniques, some fun new strategies. And then we also have some donations that have come through, and I'm just going to go ahead and get the hardest one out of the way. So I'm sure some of the people over in the German restream sent some over some donations, and this one came through in complete German, and I don't speak a lick of German. So I'm going to go ahead and try my hand at this one. So someone from the German restream named Terrace Molos donated $100, and he says, he or she, Danke für die gut Unterhaltung. Finde Ihre Events super. Freut mich immer wieder rein zu schauen. Rummel.
Flawless.
Rummel.
Flawless. Flawless.
And then we have a $10 donation from Data, who says, thank you for putting on this fantastic event. And then $30 from AU Flurry says, this is a wonderful cause, guys. Keep it up. and then an $11 donation from Anonymous. Thank you all very much.
Just going back a little bit, you enter a scripted fight with Zio where you are supposed to lose, and you can go through and try to kill him. And what you do is you end up going through everybody's attacks, animations, and you miss. And you could do that if you want, but instead it's a lot faster to just try to run, and it tell you can't run because that counts as the entire round, and you can get through your 3 rounds to get to the end where you're scripted to get hit by his Black Wave attack, which is an actual attack, and it will always target Jazz. And, to enter a cutscene where Alys jumps in front of him and she takes the hit and is out of commission now. So we're down to 4 people.
Yeah, that's where we were unequipping both Alys and Han, because Han stays back with his girlfriend to take care of Alys as she's been hit by the Black Wave then.
Yeah. So you could either just lose that gear forever, or you can get some extra money out of it. Or should I say mandatory money out of it?
Yeah, mandatory pretty much. Yeah, we've been in the new route. We've been pinching pennies pretty bad. Like we're actually unequipping the shields and stuff.
Yeah.
It's getting bad.
This is our first vehicle, the Land Rover. It's designed for you to travel over quicksand, and it travels faster than you walk, and you're guaranteed to run, I feel like. So it's faster all around.
So we have to come here again for Ryuka purposes. I'm just going to unequip Rika with that. Give her the CMC shield, because I'm going to sell the items I unequip because I need to afford some stuff in the next town. I gave her the CMC shield because that's fire elements, and the next boss has a fire breath attack. And without it, Rika can take like 120 damage, and that can kill her, so...
So after a thorough thrashing from the main villain, Zio, you're gonna hunt down something that should be able to stop him. It's a little main story sidetracking here.
So what we want to buy here is 2 Psy shields for Rune, that's going to use for the rest of the game, and then a Psy mail for Rika, in order for her to survive the Zio fight coming up here.
You can see Jiseed's inventory, like, pinching pennies, like, not an understatement. You make use of everything. There's really no such thing as extra. There's always something you can throw your money on.
Yeah, we can actually get Rika to have the Psy crown there, but it's better off to have her have the CMC crown for the next fight, because that's an additional fire resistance. And like I mentioned earlier, the boss has a fire breath attack that can do pretty significant damage without barrier up. Oops.
Probably, yeah. This is another Phantasy Star 1 remix. Probably one of my favorite songs in the game.
Yeah, you're going to be hearing it for a long time.
Yes, you are. Probably a little, like an hour-ish. Unfortunately, Phantasy Star 4 is not one of those games that lets you continue the song where you left off. And encounters do come pretty frequently, so you really do get to hear the same portion of the song over and over again. It's a good song. It's unfortunate that you can't hear all of it. I mean, no one cares about Grizz, but other than that, this is pretty unfortunate. Phantasy Star 4. It's right there. It just doesn't care about what you want.
See, does doing a lot of grinding in this run actually make these fights easier, or is they always pretty much this difficult?
Oh, it's like a ton of grinding? Yeah, it would make it a lot easier. Even a little bits count, because you need to be able to get Ren up to a certain point where he can barrier before people go first. Because if you don't have barrier up and they use a magic attack, you're going to die. I mean, that's pretty much instant death for, I think, 5 or 6 of the bosses. So every little bit of statistics counts.
But as far as, like, trying to feel safe, like actually safe, it would take way too much
for
it to be
sure.
worth it in a speedrun. It's just not possible. You know, when you were playing this casually, you'd probably be like triple or quadruple what Jiseed's level is right now, and you'd be fine. But as far as the speedrun's concerned, it's nah. Maybe
No,
not. I wouldn't quite that high, but like
later on, definitely
yeah,
much lower.
Yeah, because it's just gonna keep compounding itself.
The thing about this game is there are pretty much minimum levels that you need to beat something.
Yeah. If Jiseed could get away with not grinding at all, then that's what he would do. But anything that he fights is because there's literally zero chance of survival for a certain boss or dungeon or whatever, unless he got to that level.
Well, like I said, there are some like attacks that bosses have. Like it'll be like some kind of sleep move or something like that. And if they spam that, then yeah, you can do it at level 2 or whatever. But that's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah. Certainly not in an RTA setting.
So we usually skip this Stardew in the 1000 setup, but I'm going to grab that because some of the bosses coming up on Desolus are actually really difficult without having some extra Stardews. This all heal item, I think it heals for about 150 per person.
Yeah, there are a handful of not quite as rare in 4 as they were in other games that are very, very useful that you don't want to use if you don't have to, but they're there just in case. Stardews are a full party heal on any non-Android. So Demi here would not benefit from it, but everybody else would. You got Moon Dews that are going to revive dead party members. It's one of 2 ways, I guess, to revive people. I guess 3 because it's medic power also, but reviving is not something that happens a whole lot here, especially at least not this early.
Alright, so we took a bit of a beating. We're going to have to use a lot of Chaz's TP here. We're going to keep Rika's just in case. We bring everybody back with medic power there, because mostly because we want Grizz to take a hit, which makes the fight go a little bit faster, so then Rika doesn't have to heal anybody.
Yeah.
And this is the fight we actually get the ban for. You'll see, hopefully, what's going on. I think they gave the bosses way too much dexterity, so whenever they use an actual physical attack, like anybody who does have Dark Force 3, you'll pretty much always see them crit.
Yeah, you can crit a lot. So it's also one of those standards you have to meet before you hit certain bosses. If you can't survive crit, chances are you're not going to make it because you're going to get crit a lot. We got the D-band off though, so that's good. So that's perfect, basically. I know I call it Grizz garbage, but he really is good at taking a first round hit, so no one else does. Hell yeah.
So you can see that's why we need the ban.
Yeah.
So ideally in this fight we'd have just Rika, Rune, and Chaz survive, because they're going to be going forward with us when we beat what's happening real quick here. Demi surviving isn't really a big deal. It only puts Chaz back about 1,000 something XP when we go to Quran.
We will be seeing new party members throughout the game, but there will be some mainstays, namely Rika, Rune, and Chaz. So they're going to be they need to be the ones that we take care of here. This is fine. This is good.
Switch things up
Good,
here.
yeah. Perfect. Nice. Good fight.
So I noticed you're still using that wood cane move, which is a relatively low portion of your HP as a heal. Are you going to be using that for like the rest of the entire run, or are you just kind of?
It kind of phases out after the next fight here, but because there's more powerful heals we need to use. But yeah, it's really good for the first part here, because it's pretty much like a monomate, but it's infinite use, right?
Mm-hmm. it's, I would say, what makes the next boss fight possible. But after that, yeah, not so much. But you will find a different variety of that kind of stuff later on too.
Yeah, specifically, I think we use the Garo
Guard
Tower.
rod, yeah. That's a godsend of an item too.
It certainly is. I don't think it'd be possible to beat the last boss without it. So one of the more memorable cutscenes where, you know, Alys actually dies in this game. Didn't really see that very much back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, the chat is already being flooded with Bible thumps.
There's a lot of throwbacks in this game. So Alys is the main character. Well, not this Alys, but same. They share the same name. Alys is the name of the main character in one. It's a nice throwback there.
Yeah, they actually changed it. I think in the Japanese version, she's Lila or something like that. So
Fair enough.
everybody has different names in the Japanese version. Rudy is
That's true.
Chaz is Rudy, and Rika is Foul and stuff like that. I don't know why they changed it, but I guess that's just localization for you, right?
What was Rolf's name in J? It was something completely different.
Rolf
too,
is like
right?
Eula or something like
Yeah,
that.
it's
Weird.
ridiculous.
Yeah,
Like, not even close. Or America, though. Do whatever we want.
Alright, so we're gonna go back to Termi to buy some more stuff for Rika so she can survive the fight coming up here. Specifically, we need to grab her that Psy crown that I skipped over buying earlier and get her Psy shield as well. That should be enough money.
Cool.
Oops. There we go. So yeah, now we have to go back to Kadari. That's where Zeo's fort is, but before that, we're gonna do something, a little safety measure here. Grab some die mates, because sometimes Rika will run out of MP. Oops.
This game, we mentioned before you move fast, but if you do hit a corner, you will just continue off. It will turn you the other direction. So stuff like that can happen.
Yeah, the only way to avoid that is to actually hold down B before you go into it, which is actually really, really helpful when you're going to Garo Tower, because there's these eyeball things you have to interact with.
Oh, yeah.
So
You can just circle around those things for days.
Yeah. And then you'll get to one of the big fights, and those fights are not a joke. Like, I'd say that's probably the most dangerous part of the run, like, except for, as far as random encounters are concerned, except for the edge. But the edge is really short, so that's not really a big deal. But Garo Tower is extremely long.
So we're back here. Storyline so far is that Zeo's basically was untouchable for you until you found that Psycho Wand. So you went to the Ladea Tower to get it, and you met up with Rune in the process. And because Zeo now knows you're kind of a threat, he makes things with Alys worse, kills her. But now you can get through into the core of the castle, which is actually another futuristic AI-driven place.
I believe this controls is it weather on
Yeah.
Motavia?
Yeah.
I can't remember.
The main thing you're looking for here is that, you
this-
saw all of Motavia, it's all desert looking.
Yeah, I
It's
think-
not supposed to be like that.
Yeah, they're trying to fix it by changing the weather patterns. So it's actually really rare to see these guys. I think they're the rare encounter in here, and we've seen them twice.
Sometimes lucky.
So sometimes this can be a real smooth run down here, but other times this will happen.
I shouldn't laugh, but sometimes, I don't know. It's just...
Like, I think I've gotten through here one time without somebody dying, and that makes this Zeo fight really nice because you use medic power during it, and that makes so everybody comes back. So there's another chance for somebody to take a single target, like bring back Grizz, and he'll take either the Dark Wave or the physical attack.
I didn't even think about that because I didn't know you could get through here without someone dying.
I did once when I was doing some practice runs, and that's it. Generally, we don't have to worry about dying down here. The only thing that can kill us is really Rune getting crit too often. Demi always comes back at the end of the fight because she's an android and she has medic power, so that brings back everybody else. Third one.
Nice. Things are looking up.
So we don't have Rimit, we can't get rid of that yet. But luckily he got out of it. So.
Thankfully, it does eventually wear off on its own. It does persist after battle, but after some amount of steps, it will go away. Hopefully you don't get an encounter in the meantime. Maybe one day you'll be able to run from this battle. Probably
It's
not.
always this battle. This seems to be the thing with running away in this game. It seems like it's not really certain monsters that are hard to run from, but it's certain monster combinations.
Yeah, packs or
Of
whatever.
crap. Oh man. I think this is the lowest I've ever seen Room get down there.
Luckily, you're right there.
Yeah, so there's no more encounters in here, so you can just afford to take it easy. But that means Chaz is going to have to use up pretty much all of his TP, which means no Sues, which means a slower fight, which kind of sucks. You want to save all of Rika's because we need to use some rest during the fight.
This fight is safe, but it can take a really, really, really long time if you don't get to use your extra offensive abilities on Zio. Getting those Sues is definitely a big part of expediting the fight. But if you just have to sit here and do the same thing over and over again, then so be it. So one of the macros Jiseed's going to set up is very, very boss specific. Before you can affect Zio, you have to use a Psycho Wand on him. And again, since turn order is super variable, unless you macro, you got to set it up. Grizz is the perfect guy to use it because he's worthless, whereas everybody else can do something offensive.
Those macros are set up in certain ways because we use them for the next couple of boss fights, actually.
So like macro C is going to persist.
Yeah, we're going to use that in the optional fight coming up.
So even though he's using it turn 1, it's going to be used in other fights, so you may as well put it a little further down to keep it. This is also one of my favorite songs as well, used in some of the more serious boss fights. This is a very, very Sandworm-esque. People are going to eventually die, except for Rika and Rune, who just have really, really high defense and are going to be fine. But everybody else is going to eat it at some point in time. Your hope is mostly for Chaz before he dies to use up all of his
Crosscuts, yeah.
his crosscuts and Sues if he can use any, which he can use, what, 2 before he dies.
So we used to have double shields when we do this fight, but it turns out we can actually save a little bit of time because he doesn't do enough damage to kill Rika outright after 1 Fume.
Yeah.
So we can just do a double slash on those turns.
Double shield's definitely the safest bet, but you can squeeze out of. They're typically always going to have a handful of turns where, because her defense is so high with 2 shields, that she doesn't have anything to do. It's kind of a wasted turn. So you're better off keeping 1 weapon on her to do that.
So we got all the Sues out of Chaz and the kids, so that's good.
Yeah. So he's done. We don't need him anymore. And we're going to follow the same pattern here. If possible, well, Rune's always going to give away every time. That's the main damage dealing ability here. And then if Rika doesn't have to heal, so she'll have to heal this turn, she'll use a double slash. And we do have to watch out too. Jiseed bought extra diamonds just in case he single targets Rika down enough that she runs out of TP. The more he uses that like Hewn or Corruption, the more we can depend on a Wood Cane and oops. Yikes. And for a free heal, but in other cases like this, she has to spend 6 TP to heal herself.
Alright, let's not run away this time.
Yeah. Well, no big deal, he lost a turn, but
yeah, in the end, it's not really a big deal.
it's fine. And right above Zio there, you can see like the god that he calls upon. It's Dark Force. And Dark Force is was always either the main villain in an old Phantasy Star game or one of the main villains.
We'll be seeing a lot of him coming up pretty quick here.
Yeah. And they start to kind of explore what he's all about in this game, which is actually kind of nice because you spent 3 games fighting him. It's like, why am I fighting this guy again? And eventually that actually comes to light, which I think is pretty cool. This game does a really, really good job. If you're investing in it casually, it does a great job of wrapping things up into one nice, neat little package across all the games. You may not want to hear about story while he's in a boss fight, but you're literally looking at the entire boss fight right here. It's repeating one of 2 macros, so it's might be a little bit boring to watch. Don't know, but it's
the only way to get
effective.
it done, right?
It's effective. It's the way to do it. So right now, Rika is down to 2 guy reses, and then she's out. So that's where those die mates are going to come in handy should things get that far.
So yeah, he's been doing a lot of single target, which is not good because you have to use all the TP, as you can see.
Yeah.
So that's why we buy the die mates. I mean, you don't do that in an RTA, but like I said, there's a safety strat. I don't know how. So Chaz did 2 Sus, so I'm assuming that probably down to Rika's or Runes will probably get down to 7 TP before it's done. So yeah, we can't actually do the double slash on turns with corrosion, only on healings.
Corrosion does just a little bit too much damage for that.
We need to keep Rika above 100 hit points. I guess I was wrong.
Nice, just right in time. Nice, easy fight.
Didn't go as well as it could have, but you can't really rely on that in this game.
Yeah. At the very least, the fight is stable. So that's nice.
He was definitely one of the big gatekeepers in the first instances of routing this game, but we've kind of figured it out at this point.
Good question. They do, yeah. The card one, yeah. I'm honestly not sure. I did play a lot of online, but I can't say that I paid too much attention to the plot, so... yeah. I know they share a lot of aesthetic similar, of course, but beyond that, I'm not sure.
Alright, so we gotta go back to Ideato to get the Fissure Fear fight. Allows us to siphon some XP to Rune and Rika before we go over to grab our last permanent party member, which is Ren, over in the satellite.
And again, another optional, but not really optional piece of content.
Well, well, we were skipping it, but like, it just turned out to be so much
Just
XP.
Why? Yeah, there's just no reason not to do it. It's a very, very short, simple quest. It's not like the Sandworm where you have like a 80% chance of dying. It's a nice, easy quest to get some experience and money. That's correct. She can afford to pay you a lot of money, but can't afford a babysitter for a kid, I guess. I don't know.
So I actually have a quick question about kind of like the route. So Bick, you were mentioning earlier that you were talking to, was it the Roth? And you mentioned that someone even thinking about trying to run Phantasy Star 4 was insane.
Yeah.
So how long has, maybe this is a better question for Jiseed, how long has the route kind of existed in its current form, and have people actually been running it for a very long time?
The current route, I think, it has been evolving since like I said, late summer 2015. There was some I think Agi had been working on something, but he never really made a video of it. And then I just came along and kind of pieced everything together. And
so it's a fairly recent development.
oh yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
absolutely. Not even a year old. It's kind of funny. There's been some people who worked on it in the past that I'm not quite sure if they ever put a full one together. Like Red Aramer worked on this game a lot years ago. and just didn't quite put a ton together and was having a hard time. But I remember looking at the SDA thread and seeing he had put in a lot of the preliminary work, at least as far as what was visible on the internet. It's like, okay, cool. So there's some information out there. There was I know Jiseed was looking at a low-level guide someone put together on GameFAQs to try to pull some tidbits out and see what's useful. And then apparently, yeah, there were probably like 3 or 4 other people who were working on the game without telling anybody. And so as soon as Jiseed was like, hey, I'm putting some stuff together,
everyone came out of the woodwork.
Yeah, it was like every 2 days, it's like, oh, I'm working on the game too. That's awesome. And then another day, I'm working on the game too. It happened like 6 times or something like that. It's like, I'm working on the game too. And so they all started pooling their resources together. Some people started to then focus their research on other things. And it was really cool. And probably helped spurn Jiseed to put some notes together. I remember I was harassing him for a while because I really love this game, but I'm lazy. So
it's a hard game to love to speedrun. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
In like normal settings, you're gonna be dying to stupid stuff over and over and over again. Like I've done about 90 attempts this game. I think I finished 6.
Yeah.
Like,
it's been pretty brutal for sure.
Oh yeah, there's something kind of interesting there. Normally you can skip all the cutscenes by hitting B and C there, but the last one has to be skipped with start, which is kind of weird. But it turns out in the Japanese version, to skip any of the cutscenes, you have to hit start. So I'm assuming this is something they forgot to change for the North American release.
So as far as the route is concerned, when it was first put together, it was more about, okay, what are the barriers and what is the bare minimum you need to meet that to overcome that barrier, and then what was some simplistic way to get there, and then as the route evolved, it became more about how can we efficiently get to those points instead of sitting in a dungeon for 15 minutes grinding. Like, can I actually get to those levels with certain characters on the way, or killing people off instead? And applying that concept across the entire run ended up saving a crap ton of time. It also ended up making things
a lot more dangerous.
A lot more dangerous.
Like you'll see that when we're doing the triplet fight in the air castle, the strategy that we do here isn't the one that you do in an RTA. The one that we do in RTA is we have Rika do it solo and get 2 levels to get Gisar before we do Lashik. But it's too dangerous, so I just took that out of the route here.
Yeah, it used to be about, let me get strong enough for the dungeon before I get to the dungeon, and now the route is, let me get strong enough for the dungeon before I fight the boss of that dungeon, right before, basically. So it makes things pretty intense. Yeah. Enjoy that.
This is another fake boss. It plays the boss music, but he's really just a normal enemy that you fight in the air castle, except he gives a ton more experience points. I think he gives 5,000 or something like that.
So as far as plot here, you end up fixing the computer on Matavia, which does nothing. So you fly out to another satellite where Ren is, and he's going to be another mainstay in the party. And you're trying to fly to a different satellite to fix that one, but you get sabotaged and you crash land on the other planet in the solar system, which is Dizolis, the winter planet. Motavia is supposed to be like the green, foresty.
Actually, in the first one, Motavia was the desert one.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And then Mother Brain changed it to the one you see in Phantasy Star 2, and so it's going back to the way it was.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a pretty long cutscene, so donations.
Yeah, of course. We have a $45 donation from Anonymous. Thank you. We have a $1 donation from Lunar Dragoon, who says, I get paid Friday, so I'll donate more during Chrono Cross. Good choice.
Nice.
I stumbled on RPG Limit Break last year on accident when I was in a bad mental place. It cheered me up to see some of my favorite games helping building hope for others who suffer from mental illness. I'm heartbroken that I work Thursday, so I'll only be able to catch half of Final Fantasy V.
Thanks for the plug earlier, by the way.
Of course. $10 from Odin Smash says, back for another donation. Phantasy Star 4 is one of my all-time favorites, and I am so happy to see it not only getting the speedrun treatment, but also showing up at a marathon. Best of luck on the rest of the run and for all of the upcoming runs. Let's use this donation toward making use of those chirrup sandals in Shining Force 2. And then a $5 donation from Valora B. Says, shoutouts to the runners, the crew, and the awesome guys on the chat. Thank you very much.
So what's going to happen here is that Jiseed has 4 party members that are going to stay consistent: Ren, Rika, Chaz, and Rune. And then there's going to be a revolving door for the 5th member, as you'll meet a couple different new people. Right now we have Raja, who's a native of this planet. Dizolian, I guess they're called.
He's the best healer in the game, but unfortunately he has really terrible hit points, so he's pretty useless.
Yeah, he's got amazing spells, but he is very, very soft.
So unfortunately he'll be taking the Grizz treatment here and be dead for most of the run.
Yes. He is the new punching bag.
But he has good stuff, and we give that to Rune. Alright. So this is just simply setting up macros. We got to get Chaz up to level 17 before we fight the first Dark Force. So yeah, just some quick macros. Because we have Ren equipped with the all-attack weapon. And that with Gra or Hyun usually kills everything for the pretty much until we hit up the air castle. Okay, there's a little bug here if you see that.
Nice.
That happens when you do it too quickly. You can actually crash a game with that if you have 3 party members and you do like some button inputs, but it's really inconsistent. I was going to do it as a donation incentive, but I found I couldn't do it on all platforms.
So unfortunately our very first spaceship crashed as soon as we got it, but luckily there just happens to be another one nearby. Of course you have to go through a cave first to get there.
It's called the Hangar. It doesn't look like one to me.
I'm looking at the ticker go by, and I'm noticing more and more restaurant names for Shining Force characters show up. Notice the Wendy's, Joe's. I like it.
So I know one of the first things that stood out to me with Phantasy Star 2 in this game is the quality of the battles. So you get to see every monster is animated. They have their own attack animations. You have your own attack animations. All your different weapons look different. You don't see that side view. You kind of have the back view. It's all pretty cool to watch. Nice.
Shouldn't even fought that, but whatever. We'll do it. I messed up the Hyun macro again.
There are a lot of macros in this game. I'm sure it's a little taxing on the brain sometimes.
Just gotta remember the main ones, pretty much.
Yeah.
Alright, so we got our second spaceship pretty quick here.
There's a free inn there, basically.
Yeah, it's a lot faster than actually going to a town and using the inn, so we use that instead of going to Tyler or whatever before we go to their castle and all that stuff. So the main goal here, like I said earlier, is get Chaz up to level 17 because then he gets keep food. And we can spam that against the Dark Force 1 fight. He's actually the only one of the Dark Forces that was extremely weak to light attacks. And that's what Gifu does. So there's actually 2 fights you don't want to get down here, and that's the floating mines and the ones with the C-ray tubes. Depending on how many of those we get, it can take a little bit of extra grinding before we can actually go and fight the boss. But it looks like Chaz is a little bit ahead of XP right now, so that shouldn't be an issue.
Because the androids work a little differently. They don't get benefits from the normal healing stuff you would use. Either Ren does come with his own solo heal that he can use on himself, which is cool. Just in case something happens to him, you couldn't use any regular item on him, so we'll have a few repair kits on hand just in case something happens.
Yeah, we'll be heading over to the weapons factory as part of the route here. So we pick up some really important armor because generally when we go into the Dark Force 2 fight, which has a really powerful electric attack, Ren won't be surviving it. Or, well, he has a really low chance of surviving it. And by getting the elastic stuff there, we can actually guarantee that he's going to live through most of the fight. So the nice thing about androids as well is that when you're moving around, they heal themselves, so it's not really a big issue if they take like only 70 damage or something like that. Just walk around and they'll get it back. But if they get below like 100 or whatever, it's probably best to use recover. Should mention that when we're going through those last like level ups windows and stuff like that, every single button input counts from A, B, C. So you have to do kind of a weird method of going through those. Okay, it's really important that Rune doesn't die here because he's the only one that can revive Raja, and we need him for the upcoming boss fight. Okay, so Chad's got Kithu, but since the monsters here are actually worth quite a bit of XP, we're still going to grind on the way up there. But we don't have to make any extra trips like grab the napalm launcher or something. So that's one of the fights we don't want to do. They do a combo attack that takes a long time, and you have to heal your whole party afterwards. So.
So now what level or ability are you looking for before this next boss?
I was supposed to get level 17 with Chaz because that gives him Githu. That's the second rank of his lightning attack, I guess. And that's pretty much the big damage on the next boss because, like I said, the first form of Dark Force is really weak against light attacks.
Yeah, he did get it a little bit earlier, but if you can cleanly get through some stuff, you may as well.
Yeah, these guys give really comparable XP to the next place that we're going to be grinding at. It's with Raja dead at least, so it's a lot simpler just to do grinding here and do less grinding there.
Yeah, this is it all ebbs and flows. It's going pretty well, and then this trend is going to continue for quite a while.
Yeah. Okay. So the Plasma Field makes Rika immune to his single target attack because it's energy and it's an energy shield. We want to have Rune and Raja die in this fight. So we want Chaz to live, so we get rid of his sword and give him shields here instead. And then reorder the party so Rika takes the brunt of it. Make 2 macros, well, actually 3 macros here. One is just a general macro, so people do damage and whatnot.
SAR is the first instance of a party heal. Again, it won't heal androids, so Ren doesn't benefit, but everybody else will. They're nice, but they are very, very costly TP-wise. But Raja's basically built to be a healing character. He's got tons and tons of TP, so that's what makes him cool. He would be a lot cooler if he could actually survive fights to use that TP, but
So this last macro here is just a waste a turn macro to kill off Rune and Raja later on. Because like I said, we only need these 3 to survive. Okay, I think everything's good. Alright.
So this is the first appearance of Dark Force here. We'll fight him 3 times in the run, well, in the game. This is the first. And like many of them, he could use some single target strong stuff, or he'll just blast the party with AoE.
So things can go a little bit wrong if Raja doesn't get blessing off and he gets hit, but luckily things went pretty well here. So Raja does have one healing move that heals androids and heals everybody, so we're gonna use that this turn. The general strategy for this fight is to do 6 turns of everybody attacking, and then to kill off the rest, and then or kill off Rune and Raja, and then to continue on and beat the boss. Alright. And have Raja use the Saint Fire here. It's actually quite a bit of damage. So this is the 3rd turn. And we'll do 3 more and then kill everybody off. Actually, I need to have him use Extrazia, so I'll have Rika heal yet again. This Extrazia actually gives back TP, so need that for Chaz to be able to finish the fight.
Knowing enough about the mechanics of the game, like pumping out damage is not an issue. It's more about, can you actually survive what the boss is going to do to you? It doesn't really matter what you got going on. It's going to take you a while to kill each boss, so it's more about what's actually going to be stable.
So we have been pretty unlucky. He hasn't been doing any of the multi-target attacks, so we could kill off Raja and Rune. So there's Rune.
That's something. What a guy.
Yeah. Sometimes he can't help himself, but today he's just, you know what, whatever. There we go. There we go. Alright, now we can go back to doing what we need to do. I think it'll probably take 3 turns of this. So we'll play it safe. Alright, should be the last turn here. So that was pretty decent, except for having to wait for all those people to die, but it happens. So that's pretty much the only fight you'll see Raja in. Everything else he's dead for.
Gentlemen, do you have a moment for me to make a quick announcement?
Absolutely.
Sure. All right, so I do have notification that the issue with PayPal getting your donations through to Nami does appear to be resolved. Looks like everything for the past hour and a half has been able to go through. So please, if you've been waiting to donate, please go ahead and go to rpglimitbreak.com/donate and get your donations in. On behalf of the RPG Limit Break staff and Nami Utah and Nami National, just wanted to apologize for the inconvenience. And we are talking about what we're going to do to make it so that people who missed opportunities to donate during some of the prize blocks before have an opportunity to be considered for those. But we don't have anything concrete for that yet. But thanks for your patience, and please donate to Nami.
Alright, so we just have to go back to Desolus now. We're going to do a little bit of... This is the biggest grinding section of the game, unfortunately, so we have to get through that, and then we can get back to the main action.
There's some useful items Jiseed's going to be getting, but also, yeah, we got to get some levels. Get your next vehicle here. It works exactly the same. You still travel as fast. You can get through the ice instead of the quicksand or whatever. You can still run away.
It does have different attacks in battle, though.
Yeah.
Most notably, it has that multi-target gravity. I think it's Negatus. I can't remember what it's called.
Weird black hole looking
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
And that kills everything. It's good for XP, but generally you don't get too much from vehicle fights. So our main goal here is to get Reek up to level 26 before we leave, and then we'll grab the Silver Tusk, go grab Kira, and then go to the weapons factory.
The Silver Tusk is definitely still worth going out of your way for. It's going to do a lot of damage to evil creatures, if you will.
Yeah, it's a holy element weapon, so pretty much every boss in the last part of the game is weak to it. And since it kind of works like there's kind of a weird thing in this game where like one-handed weapons take on the attributes of the shield or offhand weapon. So if I give Rika like a normal claw as well as the Silver Tusk, they're both going to be doing holy damage. So it does a lot of damage to specifically Dark Force when we use it against him. So we really want Raja to die here because pretty much every fight he's alive for is just wasted XP. And unfortunately Rika died there.
Thankfully, you're in a position you can pick her up, but yeah, it's a wasted battle, unfortunately. Well, not entirely, but...
I mean, yeah, it does give the other guys more XP, but we really just want it for Rika to have that XP. And for Roger to die. Fortunately, I'm actually getting like the best fight here, because this is pretty much always a one-turner. And we really want to have at least one where the enemies go first to kill Raja, but that just hasn't been happening.
So how exactly does the death mechanic in this game work? I know some games are like super unforgiving when it comes to deaths, like the Final Fantasies, where any progress you made just kind of spits you back to wherever you last saved.
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that more or less how it is in Phantasy
Yeah,
Star?
that's exactly how it is in this game.
Oh,
If
that's
you die, you
brutal.
die. There's no continue.
Yeah. And the main thing is again, there's no save points in any dungeon, so
Yeah.
you have to...
Go through the whole thing every time. That's why the estimate is so high.
Yeah. You'll route. Let's just take what Jiseed's doing right now and multiply that by like 4 or 5 times, and that's what it used to look like.
Yeah, we used to have everybody alive during the Dark Force fight, so XP was split pretty much evenly. So that was about, I would say, 10, 12,000 XP that was just getting wasted. But eventually we just came up with the strat I used on the Dark Force there, able to siphon it to the people that need it. There's one strategy you can do where you just straight up give everything to Rika, like just have her solo the fight. But everybody else is so under level, there's no way you're going to beat Lashik.
So what kind of time estimates were you looking at for this game back like pre-2015 when a lot of progress started getting made?
People were saying something like 5 hours, 6 hours, stuff like that.
Oh, so another 2.5 hours
Yeah.
tacked onto what the current runs are like.
That's right. Okay, I just noticed. Alright. There we go.
And in the old days, the solution to most things was like, oh, well, we just gotta grind some more. That would tack on a lot of time to the run. I know Red a long time ago was like, well, I need, 10 more levels for Lashik or it ain't happening. Things like that. Just because certain tricks just weren't really thought of at the time.
There just pretty much was no other thing we could do.
Yeah. It's
Eventually it just came together the way it is now.
So really just people kind of figured out what was absolutely necessary to defeat bosses and then
Yeah,
just prayed for good luck in dungeons.
that's pretty much the entire run. Like, it's pretty ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna change macro 2.
This is why only playing this game is like the only time I've ever seen Jiseed get angry. It's every other, like, otherwise he's super chill, but when he's playing this game,
Yeah, it gets under my skin sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, it gets frustrating, like doing 3 hours of attempts and you only go to Sandworm every single time.
yeah, if you want to go fast, then you leave a lot to chance, and when you leave a lot to chance, you're probably going to lose a lot. It's the same with Agi. Like, he would do attempts, and every single time I'd watch him play, it'd be like, oh, you're 12 minutes ahead or something like that. And then he would just die. He would find a new place to die somewhere. And you're like, oh, man. And then one day it actually happened. He actually beat the game. Which is... I mean, it's not an exaggeration. I've probably only seen Jiseed finish a handful of runs, and I probably watch him almost every time he plays the game.
Yeah, like I said, I've done 90 attempts of this game. I've only ever finished 6. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong. Like, I'm sure I'm gonna die on the edge this run.
Probably.
Oh wow.
Oh my god.
Like, yeah, so you have to go through the edge in like single segment. Like, there's some monsters there that are just ridiculously overpowered. Like, you get 3 Imagio mages and you can't run away, you're pretty much done. Okay, Riki got 26, and a little bit of change, which is good. So we can finally move on.
So to get an idea of like the variation that can happen, what is your PB for this run?
My PB is 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Oh wow.
Nagi's is 312.
My sum of best for this game is somewhere under 230.
Yep. Yeah. And it's actually kind of reasonable to get that.
If you get absolutely great luck, yeah, you can go through this game in a breeze, but that never happens.
'Cause it's not like a thing like FF4 where your gold segments, like, you couldn't possibly get all of them because of how encounters are laid out or things like that. Like, yeah, potentially you could get all that great luck in this game. You won't, ever, but you could. Maybe one day. I don't know.
Alright, let's see if we get Roger to fall on this guy.
So Rogers is kind of this jokester, so no one ever really takes him seriously. First and foremost, when he says, "What's the cause of Diesel storming?" He tells you what it is, but you don't believe him, and then he falls over, and you're like, "What are you doing, dude? We got work to do."
Yeah, he turns out to be right the entire time. So
Yep. So now we will get introduced to his replacement.
the best, my opinion, the best 5th character in the game.
Yeah, I would agree. She's always my favorite, and she's very good.
First time I played through this game, I didn't know that Kira was a woman. I was like, she looks too much like Rolflick. She even has the tiara and everything, and I'm like, what's going on here?
Why is this guy calling, you know,
Yeah, exactly.
the big sister, right? That's hilarious, too.
I love some of the faces in these cutscenes. Like Chaz with his finger there, and then like we got the post Garo Tower faces. Like some great stuff. Another good one's coming up with Kira at the Esper Mansion.
Yeah, the art in this game is super cool. And yeah, you couldn't get full cutscenes going on, but it really allowed characters to express themselves in ways that just hadn't been done before.
Yeah, it was a huge improvement from the character development in the other Phantasy Stars. I mean, given this game was made like 4 years after Phantasy Star 3, so they had plenty of time to improve. But like Phantasy Star 3, like you'll never know what the hell's going on in that game. Like,
Yeah.
like who am I playing? Like, why am I doing this all the time?
Yeah, I guess not only did they do character development well in this one, they actually do character development in this game. Yeah, literally with the others, it's like, here's some people, you gotta do this. Okay, why not?
Yeah, that's one of the. They had the remakes of Phantasy Star 1 and 2 on the PS and for like the Japanese only one. And like one of the big things about that one was they actually made the characters in Phantasy Star 1 like half a personality. Like in the first one, like you played on the Master System or whatever, it's just like basically like 3 cutscenes during the whole game, and then you don't even know like anything about Alys or anything like that. So this is a pretty long cutscene. So many donations.
Yeah, I just wanted to give another plug for of who we are and what we're doing here. This is RPG Limit Break 2016. It's a charity speedrunning marathon. We're here to raise money for NAMI. NAMI is the National Alliance of Mental Illness. What they do is they advocate, they educate, and just they listen. The whole goal is to make mental illness and the stigma around it, to eliminate it, and to spread the word and to make people more aware of mental illness. So, and it's especially important today and for this month, because May is Mental Health Month throughout the United States, and so all your money that you will be donating throughout this marathon will be going to support this organization and the wonderful things they do. So please, anything you can do to help out and to spread the word for the marathon and for whatever you can do in your capacity, please do so, and spread the word about the things that we're doing here and the things that NAMI is doing for mental illness.
There's a couple more grinding macros for the air castle coming up here.
You'd be hitting the factory first, yeah?
Yeah, I'll be hitting the factory first, but there's nothing new there. We just have to change macro A little bit.
Okay. The Air Castle is the next major storyline dungeon. It's very notorious for people who know about the game. The dungeon itself is ridiculous. It's huge. It's hard to know where to go. There are 2 major bosses in there, both of which are very dangerous. It's a really rough place to be, and was the next biggest hurdle to make this speedrun possible is how the heck do you get past that place. And originally the idea was, well, let's grind a gajillion levels in the weapons factory, and a little bit of that's going to happen right now for marathon safety. Otherwise, again, the idea in a PB attempt would be to take on a lot of encounters while you're in there, which can be kind of rough. But
we're still gonna do that, but we do have to go and get like the big difference here between the RTA route is you want to have Rika have Gisar before we go and do the triplets fight. And like I said earlier, we don't have her have that RTA route because we just have her solo the triplets fight herself, and because she's got a multi-target attack that does about 150. And with good luck, you can actually kill them all, and it gives her about 26,000 experience points or something.
Gisar is the second tier up of the all-party heal.
And yeah, it's absolutely necessary to do some of the later fights here.
It's a great spell. It is expensive. It's 24 TP per cast. So by no means is it like, oh, I have Gisar, so I'm guaranteed to get through. If you get really, really unlucky, you can run out of TP pretty fast.
Alright, I might not have enough money to buy Chaz's sword here, but we'll see. Can actually get rid of the wood cane here as well. I forgot to unequip Chaz, bro. Okay.
That's the nice thing about the weapons factory. There's, plenty of encounters you can gain experience and money from. It's not a problem. And then since you're there, it's got some gear for Ren, right?
Yeah. Like I mentioned earlier, it's the elastic gear. It has pretty decent magic resist, which allows them to survive the Dark Force 3 fight.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see where we're at here. I think we'll be a bit short. Oh no, we're good. Okay. Perfect.
Nice.
So it's a little bit faster on the Lashik fight to use the Flame Sword, which you can buy in, I think, Mies and Zoza. However, it's actually quite a ways out of the way, and it's really bad against later fights compared to the Laconian Sword, so I just picked that up instead.
Over the course of the last couple friendly places, we'll be able to stock up on some major healing items. There for emergency. Hopefully doesn't have to use them, but just in case, you got Soul Dews for revives at full health, and then Star Dudes, which is
all heals.
A party heal for a good chunk of HP.
So I'm gonna go through this before I save, just in case. There isn't anything down here that's too dangerous, but if we get ambushed by the guys who have the motor assault, I can't remember what it's called, but they have an all-attack machine gun move, and if we get ambushed and they do it 6 times in a row, there's nobody's going to survive. And it has been known to happen, trust me. So we want Rika to be a little bit into 27 after this. So Kira actually has a spell that can heal Android, which is pretty cool. It's quite unique, actually. The only other thing that can do that is Miracle, as you can see during the Dark Force 1 fight.
Yeah, she is a great overall character. Pretty tough. Got A lot of good healing, can use offensive techniques as well. Her physical is not great, but you're not going to be using that anyway.
Yeah, she's definitely a double shields character, just like Rune.
Very, very useful. She's almost not quite as strong offensively, but she is very durable. And that Metis spell is just really, really useful. You know, heals well. She has a lot of it. You don't have to jack anyone else's TP on the way to bosses and things like that. I mean, obviously there's a limit, but
It's really high. Like,
yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't lower it to half of what it is, because it's really overpowered, I think. So I haven't gotten too many encounters, which is a little bit unfortunate.
there we go.
Yeah, that's a good encounter. So one of the things you actually have to watch for in this game is if you press down and a button at the same time, oftentimes it'll actually skip. And it'll go down from, say, fight down to run or something. So you kind of have to take it easy and
Yeah.
make sure you space out your button presses
That
there.
happens all the time. It's super frustrating.
Yeah, I believe I was talking to Agi one time when he was on a really good PB pace and he was on the last boss. And then he ended up, after canceling, going and hitting run instead of hitting the macro to put back up his defenses, and that was it. So, I mean, that's heartbreaking stuff right there, man. So this is really good armor for Ren. I think it gives him, compared to his normal stuff, I think it gives him 15 magic defense, which is pretty big. Alright, so we'll see how much Rika has to go in here. Quite a few, so it's going to be about, I'd say, 5 battles. And then we'll be able to go to the air castle.
So you got a second for me to make a plug over on my end?
Absolutely,
Sure.
go ahead.
So I just want to point out some of the prizes and the donation incentives going on right now. So still until the end of this run, if you donate at least $5, you'll be entered into winning one of several Phantasy Star Steam keys. So there's currently a game being played. And then one interesting note is that we have opened up some new donation incentives for the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix run that'll be ending the marathon. So we have a new donation incentive for fighting Sephiroth at level 1, and additionally an incentive to fight Terra at level 1. So feel free to go ahead and start donating towards those incentives, because those have just barely been opened up.
Alright, so now we can continue on with the story. Got Reek up to 27. We'll get the rest of the XP we need in the air castle. The fights there don't get quite as much XP, but since it's quite a long dungeon and we're going to be walking through there anyways, it saves time to just do the rest of the grinding there.
Yeah, luckily, some portion into the dungeon, you can also hit up a free healing square. So spending resources on the way is not an issue.
Yeah, you can actually grind in the same room, so if we're a little bit short, I think we'd be like 5,000 short. We need like 2k more. Just fighting there, and then we're ready to go to the boss.
The game is all about like two things really. Like, here's the bad guy. Actually, he's not the bad guy. There's another bad guy. Or when you're almost to the bad guy, it's like, actually, you need to do this thing before you fight the bad guy. So that's what's happening right now. You wanted to hit up Garo Tower, and to do that, you have to get this torch to burn all those carnivorous trees, but it gets stolen by Lashik here, who is one of the main villains of Phantasy Star 1, who is still kicking.
Yeah, I honestly never thought about the game that way, but that's like a perfect way to describe the story of this game.
Yeah, no.
There's always somebody else. There's always a bigger fish.
There
you know?
it is. And right when you think you're going to catch it, man, here's something else. It never felt like they did it in a bad way, like it was padding.
Oh,
Like, it all
no.
made sense. Like, it was cool. Don't get me wrong. Nothing negative about it. It's just kind of funny when you think about it. this dungeon is very memorable. The villain's very important to the history of the game, so it's very cool.
And he's quite a tough customer
Yes,
in this
he
game
is.
too. Like these two bosses are really the first that not having a first turn barrier before they attack with their magic spells is where we're gonna have a total party wipe. I mean, it can happen on Dark Force 1, but it's very, very rare. I think Burst Rock's a 1 in 8 chance or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we're fighting the triplets and they do two Gizans before we get a barrier up, there's no way I can win. So what fights you want to see here are actually, we want to see the Spectres, or we want to see the Rippers and Frost guys.
Yeah, the sword guys.
Yeah, I think they're called
Frost Sabers or
Frost Sabers.
something.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like I hope you enjoy this portion of the song because you're going to be hearing it for a long, long time. It's
Yeah.
a big dungeon. It's
Yeah.
a big dungeon when you know where to go, let alone when you don't.
That's pretty mainstay in the Phantasy Star series. Like if you watch a Phantasy Stars 3 speedrun or something, like you'll see you'll hear the first 3 notes of the dungeon music over and over and over again. It's just ridiculous how high the encounter rate is in some places in that game.
Yeah.
It's almost as bad as Breath of Fire 2. If anybody's been to Infinity, like my god, there's like encounters every 3 steps. Okay, so this is a good fight. So Rune dying here isn't really that big of an issue because we have a Moondew now in case he dies. But obviously we don't want to waste all of our resources right off the bat here. I've got too many Diamates, so I'll just use one of those. We'll be picking up a couple items in here. The first one's going to be the Swift Helm. It's a really big upgrade for Chaz. It gives him, I think, 10 normal defense, 5 agility, which is another 5 defense, and I think it gives 12 magic defense. In addition, when you use it as an item, it casts Saner, and I think it has a 36 modifier on that, which is actually really good compared to Rika's base value, which is just straight up her mental stat. So minimum levels you need for Lashik are, you need Chaz to be probably 22. You can do it at 21, but he'll probably die to 60% of another gates at that point. So it's nice that we have him at 22 here. He should be 23 by the time we reach Sheik, and that's very minimal chance of him dying. If anybody dies during that fight, it's really hard to come back from it, because we only have a certain amount of turns we can survive. Because every single attack he does is a multi-target, and if we don't have the Stardews to put out the healing we need, we simply can't do enough before he overwhelms us.
Yeah. Even then, there are only so many. You got like 3 or 4 at this point.
Yeah, when we're doing this route, we get 4 before that, but we also need to consider that we need to have some for Dark Force 2 in case things go bad there. Because he also has a pretty powerful multi-target attack, especially against androids, but luckily, he's got a lower chance of using it than his normal attack. So, again, you really have to just get lucky.
So that ability there is what you'd use on the triplets.
Yeah, you would have her with the plasma shield. You'll see this when I do the fight, but when you attack the triplets with a multi-target attack, they all do a combo attack on that turn. And that combo attack actually does energy damage, and since Rika will have the plasma shield, it'll only do 1 damage to her. Yeah, so in the normal like RTA strategy, she just has that and the Silver Tusk, and then you whittle them down a bit with multi-targets, and then you have Rika finish them off with Disrupt. Sometimes you'll get unlucky and you'll kill one of them or just 2 of them, and then on that turn they'll do a single target and kill Rika outright, so that's the reason I'm not doing it during the marathon speedrun here. Wow, that's really unlucky.
Nice.
Okay, I should be able to kill it with this. So yeah, that really doesn't work very often. Rika does have the Psychron on still, and that resists against sleep and death effects. Alright. Gonna have to do a little bit of grinding in the heal room, unfortunately. I don't feel comfortable going out towards the boss until Rika's about 3,000 going into it, because you can't really depend on getting good fights on the way there. So we might have to fight some of the dimension wares or whatever, which is just absolutely terrible. It takes so long with their, because all they do is cast Garo, and that's a really long animation. But if you use seals on them, they cast the even worse spell, which is Distortion. So there's really no way to make them stop wasting all of your time. Okay, so let's see. Oops. Okay, a little bit of extra talking here, I guess.
Just showing off features of the game.
That's
you
right.
know,
You can consult. If you're by yourself, you mumble. Stuff like that. So yeah, we gotta fight about 3 battles here.
As every time you kind of progress to the next part of the game, the party will just kind of reflect on like what happened or what they want to do or whatever, and it kind of just helps you stay on track, I guess.
Yeah, I think somebody actually like recorded all of them or like took pictures of it or whatever. And I think they said there was about 54 different conversations that you can have throughout the game.
It's pretty serious.
Yeah. So if you want to get your Phantasy Star 4 lore, you got to get into that. That's one of the big reasons we put Ren up front. I mean, obviously he's a big tank character. He takes a lot of damage, but he's also immune to pretty much every status effect in the game. So instant death, slow, all that stuff. So it's really helpful to have him taking all the brunt of that. I think one more in here, then we'll be able to get out of here. So the only thing that harms those guys is actually Gra, for whatever reason, even though they're like sticking out of a wall.
It's from another dimension.
Exactly. A dimension where gravity doesn't really exist. So this is the kind of stuff that happens throughout the run. Well, we got a Tri-Mate out of it,
Back
so
we go.
So we'll count our blessings there. But yeah, we have to go back to the circle unless we want to waste this moon dew there. But all right, let's go. Round 2. Another Tri-Mate.
You don't gotta buy more later.
Yeah, actually, I haven't really run out of Tri-Mates for a pretty long time. You have to get, well, honestly, you have to get really lucky to use a lot of Tri-Mates. Because one of the later boss fights, we used Tri-Mates on Ren whenever he attacks one of the humanoids.
Yeah, getting close to the triplet fight. First part of the dungeon's almost done. Almost, not quite.
Yeah, so this dungeon is a 2-parter. I'll have to leave after the first fight here. Okay, you got Gisar, that's good.
Nice. I mean, what's nice is the second part's a heck of a lot shorter than the first part, at least, but this is a long dungeon.
Okay.
So we're there.
Reek in the back, because if she dies, it's pretty much all over. This macro is just, we just use this every turn.
So you're going to fight a set of 3 very heavy magic damage dealers. The main thing that like has to happen is they got to get a barrier cast from Ren before, ideally before any of them go, and he should be okay.
Yeah. The nice thing about this fight is we can use this macro, this C macro, for the next one as well.
Nice.
So it's always good to have macros that carry over. It saves a bit of time having to go back and fix them. All right, that's
So
good.
we're in there, pretty much.
It's pretty much expected Ren's going to die in this fight. Alright, so we pretty much just spam this.
You can see what Jiseed was talking about. They're basically like manipulated in a way to cast that ability every time, and Rika takes 1 damage. That's the basis of the other strat. Since it's not exactly super safe, that's not what he's going to do. But for the most part, as long as you get your defensive cast off, and you know, a couple people might die, sure, but you're going to get through no problem.
Yeah,
And the fight's over.
that's why the Gisar strategies is so much more effective.
Otherwise, what you'd end up doing is just pummeling twins to death and hoping it works out.
So we have to leave here to save. You can't save in the air castle. And like I said, Lashik can be quite a difficult fight at times.
Typically manageable, but things can always just not
Yeah, like
go
I
the way you
said,
want it to.
like a pre-barrier, another gate or something, and it's just all over. And you think that doesn't happen, and it happens all the time.
Yeah.
I remember I was trying to do a 100% run. I'm like, oh, no resets. Like, I forgot to save between the triplets and Lashik. And he killed me. I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore.
Luckily, you can just get back through the way you came. Normally, that door is blocked by those holograms or whatever, but now that the triplets are dead, you can just walk on through. You don't lose any progress by leaving, thankfully. And then he's going to enter the lower levels of the castle.
That's this macro setup for Garo Tower. We don't want to have Kira use up any of her Humes, because the next fight is where actually combos are the most important, because we need to use Firestorm, which does a huge amount of damage to the Sheik. So we have to make sure that Kira has all of her usage of Hume left. I think she has 5 at this level. It's also really helpful. Sometimes this happens, but not very often, if she has Warla, because it's pretty much guaranteed the first round that we're going to have to eat a pretty high damage attack, and we have to use a Stardew. But if we have Warla, there's a chance that we don't have to do that, because it'll block the lightning attack from the Sheik. But as is, we have to wait a turn and then deban afterwards. So like I said, it seems like monster formations are really what determines the run rate. So if I actually just had this Chaos Sorcerer by himself, we would be A-okay. But as it is, you can see we're not having much luck.
No problem.
So yeah.
And it's already brutal enough when you sit through like 2 of those, and then you just fail, what, 8 times? Like, ridiculous.
And that's only 2 monsters. Like, imagine if there were 3. I would definitely have been dead at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah, so while we're doing this run, I just want to give a quick shout out to our community artists. Both Orlin and Namux are the folks responsible for our stream overlay, which is amazing this year. And we like to thank them a lot. You can find them on Twitter at Orolen, which is spelled O-U-R-O-L-E-N, and Namux SRL, N-A-M-U-X SRL, respectively. Also like to give a shout out to Carrie Fry for designing the logo, as well as many of our sub-emotes, and the rest of the sub-emotes are also credited to LLK of Speed Gamers. He's a longtime contributor to the GDQs and also helped provide some of our other promo banners. You can check out Carrie's work at carriefry.com, Karifry.com, and Jazaboo at jazaboo.com, Jazaaboo.com.
So yeah, this has been pretty bad so far. I don't think I've seen this many fails to run for a really long time. And also against Chaos Sorcerers, that means multi-target, which means lots of healing afterwards, so this is quite slow.
This is a lot of resources being spent for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So usually when we get to the boss, Kira's going to have like 90 TP, but I don't think that's going to be happening this time.
Oh my goodness.
If we even get there, I suppose. But yeah, each Rover I have to use with Rune really just wastes a lot of time, and it really drains his TP usage for the. Yeah, this is.
This is beyond. What,
Yeah, this is
yeah.
something else. Okay, so I guess we survived. All right. So yeah, I think Nafoy takes what 9 TP or something. So he can only cast like 13 at this point, which isn't really good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, Lashi's going to be interesting to say the least.
Yeah, there's no things like ethers in this game. They don't exist. Your TP is what you got until you head to an inn. Or, you know, or healing square or whatever. Again. Like,
Okay, thank God.
it's possible.
He's just waiting around the corner with his boys, waiting to jump me. Okay, see now this is a single Chaos Sorcerer. You run every time. But of course he jumps me, and then and that's that.
Oh dear.
Okay. Yeah, like I don't like you really don't see that many Chaos Sorcerer downs here, but like I think that's like 8 so far or something. It's just ridiculous.
It's hard to believe you've gotten an encounter that didn't have them. Like, I can't even remember.
It's been so long. Generally, this is a good place to get XP because the Spectre fights go down in one hit from Rika and Disrupt. But we can't actually find a reliable way to kill those Chaos Sorcerers. I mean, without spending resources, we would rather use on the Sheik. So we always have to run from those. So yeah, let's see. I thought we had only 9 Medis left, so at least we're a little bit ahead in that department. But the multi-targets are definitely taking their toll. I pretty much will have, like, you can survive a little bit of the Sheik if you run enough multi-target stuff, but since Kira's solo, I don't see that actually happening.
See how this portion ought to be pretty short, but Jiseed is taking the butt kicking of a lifetime right now.
Well, actually, I guess it worked out. We got Warlow there, so it'll be good for the next fight. It should make it really simple now.
That's good.
Yeah, because Warla, there's three like physical defensive spells, and they're Blessing from Raja, Warla from Kira, and then Daban from Rika. And Rika's is the weakest, and Raja's the strongest. And I believe that Kira's is somewhere in between, so we save a little bit of damage on every turn, which is good. All right, so this macro is just a healing macro. Do it pretty much every turn. It involves the combo, which is Nafoy and Hyun, which gives us Firestorm, which does about 500 damage each turn to Lashik. And since this was the old macro, we were going to use, but I have to change it now that Kira got Warla. Okay, so yeah, that should be good. Only one thing I have to do is... Alright, let's give this a shot. Alright, this guy can be a bit of a troll too.
Yeah, you want to just kill him right off the bat, or have him just do one of his silly single target things.
Yeah.
He's dead now.
He can cast Corrosion, which is multi-target. And if you go into the next fight and you don't heal before Lashik does one of his moves, you will die, pretty much. Even with Barrier and Taban up. Alright, we got the Barrier up, so he's not going to surprise us with anything.
Another gate's his most damaging spell right here, so hopefully we don't see too many of those.
Okay.
He is pretty much all about AoE, so you're going to be seeing a lot of that, but he does have his Thunder, whatever the heck it's called, Thunderbolt or whatever.
Looks like Chaz didn't get crosscut in that macro.
What we want to be able to do is keep pumping out damage continually while also maintaining our health. And then when the Sheik gets low enough on HP, he's going to power up. But thankfully, we still have the Cycle Wand, which will power him back down. And then from there, you just want to kind of burst him down as fast as possible. This is not a fight that should be protracted at all. You don't want it to take a long time ever. You got to get him down because he pumps out a lot of damage and you only have so much healing. Like Rika right now, it has enough TP for one more Ysar and she's done. Start dipping into Starjuice and things like that. Again, of which you have 4 of, which you don't even want to use all 4 of. So you got to get him down as quickly as possible, which is why should someone die, it becomes really, really hard to recover. To try to keep them up, to get the defenses back on, but then you're also losing 2 or 3 rounds of damage. So you got to make sure, if at all possible, that everybody stays alive. And that they're pumping out damage also.
So yeah, he's got about 1 in 8 chance, or 2 in 8 chance to use another gate. 5 in 8 for his Thunder Halberds, then 1 in 8 to do his sleep move. Getting the sleep move is actually pretty good. Most people in the party are pretty resistant to it. Specifically Ren and I think Rika. But you oftentimes don't see him do it during the fight.
It'd be nice right about now.
I think he's gonna probably be pushed into reinforce this turn. Maybe not. Yeah, this is really bad so far. Like the damage just isn't there. So I can't actually afford to not use the Stardew here or anything, because if he does another gate, Rune will die, Chaz will die. And that's that.
Probably lost out on some damage and back to the crosscuts.
Yeah. He has to for sure reinforce this time. So there we go. So pretty much after this is just a mad dash to kill him before he kills me.
Yeah.
We have to use a Psycho Wand here. Well, we don't have to, but it really helps things out because then he won't go first next turn. even if somehow he does survive this turn, I think Kira will be able to kill him by herself. Alright, that's good. I think I used 3 Stardews there, so they're going to be a little bit under budget for Dark Force 3. Dark Force 2, rather.
Yeah, so what it means is, you know, we obviously got through the fight just fine, but should that same kind of occurrence happen with Dark Force 2, Jiseed won't have the resources to sustain that kind of damage again, because all those Stardews are gone, except for 1.
But luckily, I think he has a little bit less of a chance to use multi-targets than Lashik, so I think that the Shadow Breath has both 3 and 8, and then Electric is 5 and 8 or something like that. Alright, so instead of going back to town to rest or whatever, we're just going to go to the Starport and use the healing pad. It's a little bit quicker than going into town and going to an inn.
You're only losing a tad of TP to do this. It's still worthwhile to do.
Exactly.
Okay, so now that that little distraction's over, you can finally move on to Garo Tower, which is also a pretty rough dungeon, if not the worst.
Yeah, I'd definitely say it's probably the worst dungeon in the game. Luckily, there's a lot of XP to be had here, so again, we're going to grind while we walk through it. Because we do need, for pretty much the end of the game, we need Chaz to be level 30 and Prune to be 31 for just a decent chance at having a smooth fight at the last boss. Alright, so you'll see what I meant earlier about the eyeball things. You have to go right up to him and press A, but if you're not holding down B when you go up to him, oftentimes you'll just go around them. And then you'll get into another fight like this, which has a pretty high chance of, you know, killing your party.
Yeah.
So we get a pretty important item here, actually, which is the power shield. It's a shield that you can use that allows anybody to use shift on themselves, and it's actually quite high power compared to Rika, who's the only one who can cast shift at this point. So we use that on Chaz, and it saves about, it doesn't really save that much time, but it's like something like 2 or 3 turns a fight, so it's worth using. So the top of the tower and the bottom of the tower kind of have different encounters as well. You'll see lots of ghouls and chaos sorcerers down here, and then when you go back up to the higher levels, you'll see it's more of the golden centaur guys and the dudes with the giant shields. The guys with the giant shields, surprisingly enough, are extremely hard to run from, despite being like huge and heavily armored. But luckily they're weak against instant death attacks, so we made a macro for that a little bit earlier to take care of them. But yeah, this has actually been pretty good so far. Usually you can't walk like more than 2 steps without getting an encounter, but we've been pretty lucky so far. Were, maybe. Okay, I shouldn't have said that, should I? Okay, so like I said, these are the big guys. So DM is actually really high chance. It's about, I think, 80%. And eliminates more like 50, I would say. An old strat for not Rika. The old strat for the Chaos Sorcerer on the ship was actually to use Eliminate on him because he's weak against death attacks, but oftentimes it would just miss, so I just made that macro B during the Zeo fight, and that just gets it every time, so
Yeah,
no reason to worry about it
It's
anymore.
way more consistent.
Yeah. The good thing is if you see the King Sabers is that they're very, very easy to run from. Pretty much every encounter they're in is easy to run from fight. So the more of those you see, the better you're off. So Kira's really low on TP right now because I'm having her heal, and the Firestorm macro actually uses her G4 instead of healing. So I'll probably just have to stop healing with her. But one of the main things for a good chunk of the portion of the game is that we won't have Rika do any healing because we need to save all of her TP for Gisar during the boss fights.
Yeah, at the end of the day, someone's gonna have to bite the bullet. You can tell. You just have to heal a lot.
Yeah, usually we just use Chaz.
Yeah.
At this point, his Sue is still pretty good. It's not quite as powerful as Crosscut. Since we have so many charges, we can get away with using it for most of the fight. But there are times we're going to have to use Githu. So you can get a group of 4 of those guys, and they can be really annoying because sometimes they're hard to run from, and all they do is spam spells, which takes an enormous amount of time. He had it out for Kira.
Goodbye. Man.
Okay. Moving on. One of my biggest fears in this game is accidentally hitting the Hinas instead of doing the Rover. I haven't done it, not yet, but I'm sure it'll happen eventually. I did one time forget to use the healing pad when I went down to the edge, and like right before the boss I noticed it, and I had to Hinas out. I still ended up getting PB that day, and I was like, oh man, I can't have this on. So I had to redo my run. Okay, so this is gonna suck. So we're out of DM, so we really have to rely on Rika to eliminate. And she's not cooperating.
The success rate for that should not be this low.
Yeah, like I've seen her do it every
like
time.
0 for 4 now or something.
Okay, I don't want to use any other macro. There we go. Like when he had like 3 hit points left.
Yeah.
Like, good stuff.
one punch left.
Okay, so Ren is at almost 27. If he's 27, this fight's pretty much guaranteed that he won't die. Even with the armor, there's a small chance that we'll get an extremely high variance and he'll die here. But as it is, it's looking good. We just have to make sure we don't get too many of those thunderstorms.
It's a grind over the course of the game.
Yeah, I mean there are. Oops, I didn't mean to disrupt there. But there's you can go grind on Motavia. There's other sandworms that you
that's
summon
true.
from killing the little worms, and I guess those kind of count. They give you a ton of XP, but they're really hard normally, so we skip over those. In addition, like I mentioned earlier, we had those Zol slugs when they morph together. They're kind of like the metal slimes as well in the early part of the game. But luckily later on in the game, everything gives a ton of experience points. Like when you're in Rycross, just normal monsters will give you 4K a pop or something like that.
I still wouldn't say there's an equivalent.
Oh
but
yeah, not a
yeah,
direct equivalent.
yeah. And ultimately, it's not worth trying to go for the worms anyway. It's too much.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, they don't give as much XP as the quest Sandworm does too, even despite being much harder. But the quest monsters are actually pretty special in that regard. Like the Zol Slug or the whatever slug from Fisher's Sphere is worth more or less the same amount as the 2 fights on Rycross put together.
All right, so we're there. This is the room.
I didn't know about this starting for the longest time until I actually decided to look at a map.
Oh,
So yeah, it's really helpful to have that
that's
there.
brand new to me. Yeah,
So if you're routing a game, I recommend looking at maps. Don't be like me.
look at resources might be
Exactly.
helpful. Yeah.
Okay, so we have to make a couple macros here. So this guy has a pretty high-powered single target attack, but
Yes, he does.
it's not really that big of an issue because everybody will survive besides Rune and Chaz, I believe. Okay, so he's weak against.
Yes, it's one of those things. You'd throw those people in the back because they're less likely to be hit. And again, only if you're seeing like the worst of circumstances do they keep getting targeted by the single hit. Should be okay. So really, again, the main concern here is number 1, getting that barrier off before Dark Force does anything, and 2, hoping that Dark Force does not just sit and continually spam his AoE, because again, you will eventually run out of resources. So obviously it's going to happen some amount of time, but you really hope we start sprinkling in those single targets on people who can take it, or because doesn't he have like Evil Eye or some crap too?
Yeah, he's got a sleep move. But,
Yeah.
well, like I said, most people are resistant to that.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay.
So obviously you can't necessarily expect that all the time, but hopefully that gets sprinkled in a good amount just so you can maintain what you're doing.
So surprisingly enough, this fight, Rika does the most damage. And that's going to be for the next 2 Dark Force fights, actually.
Yeah.
So we have her with double claws equipped right now. At least I think we do.
This is,
Okay, good.
this is where the Silver Tusk comes in handy.
Yeah, like she does unbelievable damage when
Yeah.
she's buffed with the POW shield here.
Exactly. Double weapon, the highest damage type, and it's holy for both, as mentioned before. So she should be pumping out good damage after the.
All right, we got the
third turn.
barrier off.
Nice.
Didn't you have an experience where you got lightning there?
Yeah. So on 2 occasions in a row, I didn't get the barrier off, and I died. I had to do this dungeon 3 times. It cost me a total of like 40 minutes or something like that. It was pretty awesome. Not that my time was going to be good anyway, but it still hurt my pride.
All right, so Rika got hit pretty hard there. We're just gonna use a Trimate. I don't think that Medivh would do enough enough healing. So the nice thing about this is we don't have to use any physical attack reduction moves because all it does is magic damage. So it saves a turn for Kira at least.
Yeah, so that's his AoE. It hits very, very hard. You have the means to combat it, but again, it's only going to last so long.
Yeah, and you can see how much damage Ren took there. See how he had 14 health left. If I was still using his basic equipment, he would have been dead. Alright, oh yeah, Rika's going to die from that for sure. Okay,
That's
so
rough.
probably just going to use a Soul Dew here. We get an extra one because we're going to grab Medjed, thanks to the donation incentive. Unfortunately, she's going to be slow, so if we get another Thunder Strike here, we're going to have to use this. Yeah, we're going to have to use a Stardew. So yeah, that's actually kind of a weird thing in this game. When you die, you don't lose any status affecting stuff like barrier or deban or anything, except for your speed boosts. This is also true if you get slept. When you wake up from the sleep, you lose your speed boost as well. Ooh,
just short of a second Gisar.
So yeah, everybody's pretty vulnerable to Shadow Breath here. Yeah, so that worked out pretty well.
That's good. That's what we want to see right now.
Yeah, so the only ones who can reliably tank that are Kira and Ren. Rika can, but she has to be at full hit points, and right now she really isn't close to that. So that's why I have one of the macros using Res, because it'll bring Rika up to full health. But you can see how much damage she does. It's almost 400 right there.
It's twice what everybody else is doing.
So I can't actually use another Gisar at this point. And I only have
TP
23
short.
TP. But he's doing stuff like that, which is good. Alright, Chad is really low on hit points too, so I don't know if he'll live through the next Thunder Shower if he does one. Oh well, that's actually pretty unlucky. But at least we got enough TP for Saner. Okay, Rune's probably gonna die here. Yeah. Nothing I could have done about that. We'll see if we can bring him back. I'll just use Chaz. I think he's got enough TP for Rover. Alright, that actually works out pretty well.
Nice.
Turn order is pretty much random, like I said earlier. Like, it kind of gives you a random boost to your agility every turn.
Right. Right there.
Surprised he hasn't hit Ren once with that. Like, there we go. Okay, that was pretty decent.
Solid, yeah.
I mean, I used the Soul Dew, but sometimes you just gotta use it, right?
It happens. At no point in time was it getting super messy, so.
Yeah, we still had some Stardews left over, which is good. Because we're not done with Stardews quite yet.
No, we're not.
We actually go take a little bit of a detour and grab some more, because after the Garo Tower is gone, you can actually go to Mies and buy the rare healing items. We go there a total of twice during the run. The first one we have to go to because we don't have enough inventory space when we go to Rykros, so by going there right now, we're able to sell some items, but also grab some Stardews to make Dark Force 3 a little bit easier. You can go ahead and do any donations or plugs.
Yeah, I just want to plug some of the donation incentives coming up. So the donation incentive for Phantasy Star 4 has already been met. Learning Mejid. I'm just going to butcher that name again and again. When is it that we get that spell?
Very close to the end of the game.
Is it actually pretty helpful in the final fight?
Oh yeah, it does quite a bit of damage.
Nice. All right, so the next game coming up after this run will be Quest for Glory. We have a couple donation incentives live for that right now. We have the donation bid war for the character name. Right now, Germensch is winning. I believe that's that's coming from a German restream that's going on right now. That's winning with $160. Then we have, I'm going to butcher this name again, Ferlinto Kizerikizes. It's like 25 letters.
Yeah.
That is in second place with $110, and then Good Luck and or Blame Ever Hate is in third with $55. And then we also have an incentive for Quest for Glory, in addition to the character name, for doing a glitchless run of Quest for Glory 1 following the run itself. And that is currently at $40 of $250 to be met. And then after that we have a couple incentives for Final Fantasy 13, but those have actually both been met already. So I'm kind of throwing out the schedule coming up as well, in addition to saying these incentives. So yeah, after this run will be Quest for Glory 1 through 5, Final Fantasy 13. Then we have Shining Force 2, which has a bunch of incentives for bid wars for character names. I believe about 10 of them. which are pretty much all being won by various restaurants still. I especially like the Joe's Crab Shack spread out over 3 different names.
Nice.
So yeah, make sure to get all those donations in for those various bid wars and incentives coming up in the next several hours.
Isn't there some incentive for Shining Force for Bowie to sing or something? Has that been met?
Oh, look at this. Shining Force 2 musical. That has not been met. That has $0 of 250.
So it's something you might want to think about if all the other.
How
incentives
good
have
is
been met.
Bowie? Has he got a good voice?
I think he would like to think so.
I want to hear it. I want to hear this. I also like the push-ups for bad RNG donation incentive.
That's also a good one, yeah. So if you're feeling like, you don't want to mess with Joe's Crab Shack and things like that, which is understandable, you can start thinking about some of those other incentives then. And that's coming up tonight.
All right, so we grabbed the Silver Soldier quest there because we got to go over there for a little bit of grinding, and we get some items there as well. It's not really a huge grind compared to the one we had earlier, but it helps get Ren up to 29, which makes the Dark Force 3 fight pretty much, it's just going to win every time.
Yeah.
He can actually solo the fight. I've done it many times.
Yes, he can. It also happened with my PB. What was I going to say? Yeah, the quest, you have to take the quest in order to open up the dungeon, but you don't have to finish it.
Yeah, the quest itself is actually really difficult because once you get to the 3rd floor of the place we're going to, you actually fight some really tough monsters. Like, they'll wipe out your party in one turn. Additionally, you don't have to get the quest to fight the monsters, but you do have to get the quest to get the equipment, and the equipment's a huge boost for Ren for the upcoming fight. Alright, you gotta make 3 macros here for grinding. One is just your regular AoE macro, Gigara and all that.
And then we'll be seeing the last of the ground vehicles here, the hydrofoil, which is designed to travel over water, and it goes ridiculously fast. And for someone like me, it goes so fast I actually lose time using it because it's hard to steer.
That reminds me of the precise airship landing in Final Fantasy IV. It's always a challenge to land that thing.
Yeah. It's just ridiculously fast.
Yeah, that thing's really hard to control.
Just he makes it looks easy.
Oh, please, man.
He's a pro.
You're gonna be bumping into all the mountains on Rycross.
I mean, he's been running this since way back in 2015, so
That's right.
he's had a lot of practice.
Alright, so we're gonna go through this. I mean, this place is actually really dangerous too. If you get ambushed by the flare robots, you can die really easily here. So I went through that first, so in case we die, I don't have to go through that crapped place. But we can mitigate a little bit by giving Rika the plasma field here, because that actually defends against that, because like Ren's flare move, that's energy based. So. Alright, so this is actually the fight you want to get the most. These things only counter-attack, so they always go first too. So you just wipe them like that and it gives you 4,000 XP, easy money right there. The only ones you don't really want to get are ambushes by the 4 numbered robots, like I said earlier, because they can do the flare shot and their normal attacks crit very, very often.
Life deleter.
You can actually fight the life deleters earlier on in the weapons factory. We have to have 2 specific monsters who merge together.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to figure out some way to get those guys going, but there's nothing really consistent about that. They're weak against Spark, which is nice because they have a lot of hit points, but other than that, getting it to happen is quite the chore.
So the gun you just picked up is Ren's
Best weapon.
his
Yeah.
best single target weapon. So he's been using a multi-target gun for forever because It's the best for grinding, and anytime you needed to single target a boss, you just use flare, but this gun's going to be better than that. So the only concern at this point is remembering to actually put it on. When
Yeah, the only part he actually uses it for is the very end of the game, because we still have it equipped for everything else, because we don't need to equip it, because we just use flare or whatever else. Alright, hopefully we get lucky with the spark here, because everybody's getting paralyzed.
Oh boy.
Okay, cool.
It's just another one of those kind of instant death spells, but for
Machines only.
Machines only. With mixed success. I mean, it hits pretty often, but
Yeah, except when I use
even
it there.
though we're at a 33% right now.
Perfect. So that's 50-50.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where it's at. So, yeah, till Chaz gets out of it, we can't cure paralysis, because he's got Rimpa. Just kind of a weird name, but whatever, we'll talk about
They're all weird.
that. Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, arrows, arouse, or whatever it's supposed to be. That brings people up from sleep, because it's supposed to be like, you know, arouse them from sleep or whatever. But I thought it was like, oh man, he's gonna shoot up arrows or something.
Yeah.
No, man, that's not what happened. I was like, what the hell is this spell?
There's really no inkling as to what anything in this game does either until you actually try it out.
Yeah.
Or you look it up. I mean,
Yeah, I was wondering about a lot of these like spell names and things like that. Just like you look at them and it's like I have no idea what this is even trying to be.
yeah, no, it's
Is it usually just like made up words?
Oh yeah. Some of them are just like.
They're not like trying to be like shortened versions of something else.
Sometimes they are, and they just
you
butcher
should
it.
see the ones from Phantasy Star 2. Like, there's so many. Geek, like Gadge, I think maybe. Yeah, I don't know. There's certain weird ones. That like maybe you could try to reason it, but why
Yes.
wouldn't you just pick something that?
Some
makes
of the
sense?
item names in that game are just ridiculous. Like they're shortened versions. It makes no sense.
Like Emil.
Yeah, ammo. That's right.
Yeah.
We're gonna stay here. Let's see until Ren's about 6K. All right, he is 6K. Let's get out of here then. We're gonna do a little bit more grinding on the way to Dark Force 3 as well.
Speaking of grinding, you got a moment for some donations?
Absolutely, go ahead.
All right, so we have $10 from John Dark, who says, "Greetings from Germany. Phantasy Star 4 is one of the best RPGs ever." It's a bold claim. Good luck, Jiseed, and a good marathon to all.
It's a good game. It's a great game.
Yeah.
Sevren gave $10, says, "Can we get some hype for the time put in by the runners, all the staff's hard work, and last but not least, let's not forget all the runners' communities on Twitch that helped get them to this great event for a great cause." And we have $30 from Gerpestus. This is another German comment. I'm going to butcher it, but I'm going to go for it. "Nein machen wir Nacht her worst."
Flawless.
Yeah, was that good? I tried to get the guttural sounds in there.
Half my family is from Germany, so I'd like to believe I know a little something about it, and that was basically
Spot
like,
on.
I felt like I was at home with my family.
Beautiful. That's what I was going for.
All right. So thank you for that.
We don't have to bother to save here because actually we can save at the top of the
Save
temple.
at the top, yeah.
Yeah, it actually counts as the world map for whatever reason.
So here we picked up our boy Seth. He's got some cool gear that we're just gonna.
We're gonna take it from him because we
above.
just don't like him.
Yeah.
Like look at him.
And he's
like-
got all these cool spells like corrosion and death spell that you would only see with monsters, which is weird, but yeah, whatever.
This is how he rolls. It's all
Yeah,
good.
That's just how much of a boss he is.
Oh, did I use death spell? Good stuff.
Sure did.
Yeah, I usually don't use the B macro here, but like I said, I want to get Ren up to 29, so we'll just do it on the way there. Oh, we got FS, good.
Nice.
I'll try to do Grand
So
Cross
that
here.
that combines with crosscut, which you're going to be using anyway, and FS does just good damage too. So it's a pretty cool ability. It's one of the first doubles actually I came across on accident when I was first playing the game. Probably one of my favorites.
Interesting. Oh, did I use death spell again?
I sure did.
Anyways, it's interesting to note that that spell, if you grind up enough before the first Zeo fight, if you use that spell, the combination, it actually does damage to him. Everything else only does 1 damage.
That's funny. I grinded my butt off as a kid, but not like that.
Yeah, that would be pretty over the top.
That's a bit much.
Mind if I squeeze in one more quick donation?
Go ahead.
For it.
So then we have $50 from Geno,
Nice.
who's been pretty active in chat all day and for all the stream.
He's the man.
Indeed.
Says, I'm opening the Bowie Sing-a-thon. Please raise money for this to happen. Otherwise, thanks for the whole to be awesome. I feel really proud to be part of this event. Thanks for chat to be kind as well. Love y'all.
That's a super supportive dude. Done a lot of streams. He donated a lot of prizes for marathons too. So
A big
shout
shout
outs
out
to
to
him.
him, yeah.
He's just a good dude.
Alright, we got ran up to 29, so no need to worry about that anymore. But we'll do it anyways.
Why not? They're there. They want to get killed.
Hey, look at him, just waiting.
I mean, if you get into 10 more of those, you can buy an extra Stardew, so whatever.
Alright, so we'll get rid of his stuff now. It's worth a lot of money. Actually, a little bit faster to make the macros when he's at the bottom, so we're going to do that too. I see a lot of stuff involving Ren here. Because he's going to be our main healer, because again, Rika does a ton of damage. Main goal here is to never stop attacking, and we can accomplish that pretty often, so.
This fight, in some ways, could be stressful. I suppose, at least casually. You're down one party member. Oh, you will be rather, and
We won't say who though.
yeah, and you know, it's your first time really tackling on a significant boss with
Only
four
four guys.
people.
Okay, so yeah. This is why we need all the Stardews. It's really important because we want to keep Rika attacking. That's the most important thing about this fight.
Yeah, if someone else can heal, that's what needs to happen.
Okay. Give Rune the lack of circling. And do some healing, and we should be good.
Don't forget to save.
Yeah, that would be bad. Also, that actually reminded me, I did this last time I was running through this. Give Rika back her stuff. There we go. I'm gonna have the double claws.
Because when you have all these menus open, it like covers the entire screen with like 9 overlapping menus.
Yeah.
It's a staple.
Yeah, it gets pretty ridiculous. Like, I think you can get like an infinite menu loop in Phantasy Star 2. It's not very fun.
No. So basically, you're following a legend of a place that's supposed to house things that allow you to fight evil, and you found it, and now your man Seth here.
And he turns into Nemesis from Resident Evil.
Yeah. I guess he's basically like a Cylon. He doesn't even know that he's Dark Forest, apparently.
Yeah, he missed that part. Alright, he got the barrier off. He does 3 moves. He does a slow move, slows down the party, which isn't a big deal because we just use standard counter that. He has corrosion, like that, or corrosion if you look at it. And he also has a single target attack.
That's probably going to crit.
Yeah, it'll probably crit. But yeah, we don't have another party member, so we have to waste a turn having Rika use the ban there. All right.
Hopefully he stops with all that. for a
Yeah,
while.
you want to keep it to single targets, but only on like Ren, pretty much,
Yeah.
because everybody else will die.
There we go.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. We're fully set up with buffs now. Of course, Chaz dies. Good stuff. Gotta love that. I guess I can use the another Soul Dew here, so I'll just do that. Keep things simple. Of course, Rune falls asleep before he does it.
Rico doesn't even wake up.
Yeah,
Oh,
after he's aroused.
Sure.
Okay. Now we'll use the Soul Dew. This guy can't fall asleep, so we got it this time for sure. Okay, Rika's a bit low. I'm gonna use a Trimate on her. Okay, we should be good to go. So the nice thing about being level 29 is that Ren will reliably live through corrosions now, so we can have him use the Stardews. Of course, if he does too many, we'll just run out of resources.
It's been an AoE heavy day.
Oh yeah. It's exactly the kind of thing you don't want to see, but I'm confident since we had a decent amount of Stardews, we should be able to get through it. Should have around 6, but wow, man. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. Okay, we're not gonna even bother with that. We're just gonna let it rock. Okay, I didn't know we took any damage. Guess I can Trimate them to keep her topped off. Whew.
If you manually pick healing items, you're going to have to pick someone, and you got to be very deliberate about that. But as part of a macro, if you have someone using a healing item, it will always heal the person with the lowest amount of health, which is very, very handy.
Okay. Oops. That,
Oh,
that's all right. That's all right. He should be pretty close to
I
being
mean,
dead.
it's fine. You're at the point where before you need them again, you'd buy more anyway.
Exactly. Okay, so we're out of crosscuts. Actually, quite surprised he isn't dead yet.
Yeah, you should be close.
I'm just gonna Saner. Be safe here.
Nice.
Alright, so it's a little bit disappointing that Rune's not gonna get the XP, but
Yeah.
I think he's well on track to getting level 31 before the final boss. So it's
That's
nothing
a
to
rough
sweat
fight, but you didn't die, so.
about. Yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't have, but. So that just means that experience is going to have to be made up later.
Yeah. But since we're going to get Medjed, it should have a couple of bonus fights.
That's
which is
true, yeah.
Good to go.
He'll be doing a whole extra dungeon that you wouldn't normally do in the speedrun. As good as Medjed is, you still have to go through a lot to get it. Dungeon, cutscenes, boss fight.
Yeah, it's not really convenient to do it either. You have to like revisit a planet and
Yeah.
whatnot. So.
So as good as it is, it's too much of a time loss. But I remember I was happy to see it because it was a great spell in 2, and then in 3, it exists but doesn't.
It's a plot device, right?
Yeah, it's a plot device, so you use it in a cutscene. You don't get to use it yourself.
Yeah. It's amazing to see how much damage Magic does in the second one. It's based off of party hit points and whatnot.
Yeah.
So if you do the glitch where you give them thousands of hit points, it just one-shots everything. It's quite funny.
So as it turns out, this is where they start to tie together all past the game. So the idea is that the arrow prism leads you to like a hidden planet, and on this planet lies all the tools you need to confront evil and stuff like that. And one of the things you've been contemplating throughout the game, since we haven't really been talking about it, is how there are like multiple dark forces and like what's going on, like what is the root of all these things that are happening, and you're slowly starting to get to that point where they start talking about an entity, because all you really knew about evil in this series is Dark Force and how he just keeps appearing. So you're starting to figure out that there's something behind that. And now you're gonna go through a couple of challenges, if you will, to gear yourself up and be ready. And they all have this music.
That's pretty cheerful stuff, huh?
Yeah. And every single one of these dungeons has good stuff, and then of course we mentioned it earlier, but one of these dungeons has an item, the guard rod, and the guard rod is like the wood cane on like all kinds of drugs. Like it basically has Gisar in it for free, so its healing capabilities is just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So instead of having to throw being solely dependent on throwing 24 TP, we'll still use that spell, but you'll also have another one at your disposal for free.
It's really key in giving the just the extra amount of healing you need to heal up from Magic on the final boss.
Yeah.
Because Stardew will not cover it.
And that item is totally reusable as many times as you want.
Yeah, it's just like the wood cane.
Yep. So it's invaluable, and it's hard to imagine the end game without it.
Alright, so we have to go here. This is where we grab the guard rod. It's really important, as it was mentioned. And then we make the macros here, and this is really all we need for the rest of the whole planet here, actually. It's important that it's set up this way specifically, because I'll talk about when I get to the bosses, I guess. So this is a supplementary one, because eventually we're not going to be able to heal everything with the guard rod, so you gotta have this macro as well. Where is it? Nawat, that's right. Okay. Forgot to give Chaz the Guardian Sword. There we go. Good to go.
So this planet's pretty straightforward. It's got good encounters. He'll be taking fights where he needs to, and then you got a boss at each tower. Once you kill the boss, the bosses themselves are pretty simple. You'll pick up some gear that you're gonna use in the final dungeon, final battles.
Yeah, it's really important. And the order of the dungeons is actually important as well, because we do this one first because we get the helmets for Renrika and Rune first. And this allows us to actually get rid of their elemental weaknesses. And the next boss is actually pure magic type, so we don't have to worry too much about anybody but Chaz getting hit really hard there. This is obviously just for the elemental spells, like stuff like energy spells or stuff like that will still do full damage. But it's still nice not have Ren get absolutely wrecked by Tandle or anything like that.
So this is kind of like a staple. It's all about like you gotta prove your worth and stuff before they grant you their gifts. Since you got there and led the way, the enemy is there too, but they just get their butt kicked.
Alright. This one's a little bit dicey. If you get unlucky, it can be a pretty rough fight. What's important here is he only does physical damage, so you can't Saner and Deban on the same turn because obviously Reek is occupied. But usually if we throw out a guard rod from Rune, we're in good shape. course, I attack with Ren, which is okay.
It's better than running.
Yeah. But generally, you want to stick to just special attacks on this guy. Because if you hit him with a normal, he'll do that single target attack, which is what you're supposed to do, but it always crits because of the way dexterity works in this game. So you don't actually want that to come out. All right. Oops. So now we can just use the macro.
Yeah, I mean, he basically does that all the time.
Yeah,
So,
so-
you can keep him up with the guard rod, and every now and then Ren can heal himself where he needs to.
Much easier to deal with that than with the crits. I did that one a bit early because Ren got hit earlier with that single target. Yeah, it's pretty much just using this macro here. The next fight's a little bit more involved because the damage there is really variable. If he does Hune, it does more damage to Ren. If he does Tandil, it does more damage to the rest of the party. So you have to kind of gauge how much you can take. All right, there we go.
Nice and easy.
So there's kind of a risk of a soft block on this planet. So it seems to be if you take it easy, you won't get it. But I don't know if I can guarantee that. Hopefully it doesn't happen because that's a really big bummer.
What a stream that was.
Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, I'm not trying to jinx it, but how exactly does the soft lock happen?
There's a point where you come back here after doing the towers, and then you'll stand on this thing here, and it'll initiate the next cutscene. But when I did it, I went there, and it just didn't start. Like, I went back to the towers and everything. Nothing was wrong. It just didn't work. It's just ridiculous. I don't know what happened. Okay. Ugh. So yeah,
So that's me right there.
it's
Yeah.
pro driving right there. Some GTA stuff. So this is where we grab the armors we need for the end of the game. First two we get are Chaz and Rens. You can actually get runes here as well. However, it's actually not worth getting because despite the guard rod having a ton of defense, it has no magic defense. So the reflect robe is a lot better for that. Because the main thing we're going to worry about on the final boss is her constant cast of Medjit, and that's pure magic damage. Oh wow.
It's getting all the lucky rolls today.
Alright, it's time to... Oh, I have to switch to the macro again, that's good. So yeah, you can see Rune's actually pretty far behind because he doesn't have Nagarok quite yet. Guess bringing back Chaz would be a good idea too. The monsters here aren't actually too bad when it comes to fighting them and getting killed. But there are some, like these guys, who are pretty rough. These guys crit all the time.
You got like those triplet-looking guys that can be kind of rough.
Yeah, if you don't run from them, you can definitely get wrecked. Wow. I think that's like
You're like 1 for 6 or something.
Yeah. And DM didn't work either. Wow. I swear that's less than 10% this run. So we give it to Chaz, and the only one who can crit this is Ren. Huge defense bonus, both magical and physical. Both those guys. Yeah, those guys can be pretty rough. They have Tandle and all that stuff. Of course, it's not really that big of an issue for Ren because he's immune to lightning at this point, so it's always nice. Alright, we should be good. Yeah, everybody's pretty much full health. This one we can actually use the old macros, macro C here, because he only does magical damage.
12. Nice.
So yeah, the special thing about this guy is if you hit him with a physical attack, like just a normal attack, crosscut and stuff like that doesn't count. He'll counter by using Legion, which is the strongest light magic in the game. And it's really hard to deal with. Fortunately, there is something you can do about that, and that's just not using any of the physical attacks. Also, if you do want to do physical attacks, you can avoid the damage by having on the plasma field. But for the purposes of this run, you just simply use special attacks the entire time. So you can see, you just have to watch everybody's hit points. If he does too many tangles, you have to heal. If he does too many heals, you have to heal. What you really want him to do is just simply focus on doing single target attacks, because they do absolutely nothing to everybody but Chaz. And that's why Chaz is in the back here. Oh wow, he took it on the chin there. But that's alright, Chaz is where we need him to be, so we're simply going to let these three finish the fight, and that'll give Rune the XP he needs for Profound Darkness.
Perfect. All planned.
That's alright. Don't you love when things work out like that?
It's probably about time something did.
Unfortunately, Rika doesn't have any weapons equipped, so it's just fast to use Macro B no matter what, even though she's not healing anything. Alright, cool. There we go, that should have pushed Rune over the edge there. Nice and slow, just to make sure we don't get that soft lock. Alright, so this is a pretty long cutscene, so donations or plugs.
Sure, yeah, I just want to point out once again why we're all doing what we're doing here today and during this week. So this is RPG Limit Break 2016. It's a speedrunning charity marathon in support of NAMI, which is the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI works to increase the availability on mental health care, promote early identification and intervention, and support mental health caregivers. So if you guys want to know more about who NAMI is and what their goal is and what they try to do, feel free to go on over to NAMI.org, or you can reach out to them and contact them via their Twitter, and their handle is @NAMICommunicate. Then I have a $10 donation from Lucas, who says, "Thanks so much for the event. All the Genesis RPGs remind me so much of my childhood. Good luck to all the runners."
So you're kind of getting filled in on the rest of the story. The idea is like there's this battle, like gajillion years of good and evil gets sealed, and slowly but surely that seal, like every 1,000 years, hits like a weak point, and that's when, you know, the dark entity makes Dark Force and has it run rampant. And it turns out all the planets themselves act as a seal, and in Phantasy Star 2, one of the planets gets destroyed, leaving the seal at its weakest it's ever been. And right now, the point that you're at right now is that next 1,000 years. So goodness knows what's going to happen. So you're tasked with taking out like the epitome of evil, basically. At which point Chaz here freaks out. He doesn't want all that on thrust upon him.
So we take these shields off of Rika there because we're going to be rolling with Chaz solo for a bit here. And having him double shields is really safe compared to having the shield there, because you can get ambushed still and then game over, right? So, should save.
So now Chaz has to go on a journey to find himself.
Yeah.
Which is arguably one of like the game's best cutscenes, I think.
Yeah, this game is full of throwbacks to Phantasy Star 1 and 2, as we mentioned before, and this really ties it all together. So yeah, you pretty much only fight these down here. I think there's another enemy in the Japanese version, but they cut that because it was a little bit too lewd, I guess. And I'm not joking.
Yeah, so you're gonna pick up this sword, and it will replace whatever you're equipping, in which case you'd lose the shields forever. So you gotta remember to take them off.
Yeah, it will just straight up delete them.
Yeah.
Which is really unfortunate, but it does a good thing because there is a way if you can walk through walls to overflow the inventory, and what that does is give you infinite Meseta. But they made sure you couldn't do it because they gave a bunch of key items, like before you get the Land Rover you have to pick up the control key, and before you get the Hydrofoil you have to get the Eclipse Torch from the Desolate Temple and whatnot. So they actually did a really good job on that. Which kind of sucks because it'd be nice to have some glitches in this game.
So here it kind of ties the history of 1 and 2 with 4.
3 it does its own thing, I think.
3 is typically regarded as like the worst of the series. And if you remember way back in the beginning in the wreckage, there's actually a cutscene in there that ties 3 to the universe, but
they could kind of just push it to the side. They're like, we're not going to worry about that.
We're not going to try to pretend we didn't make the game, but Besides that,
That's not to knock it. It is a fun game, but if you're expecting something like this, you're going to be very disappointed.
it's just-
Specifically, the battles are just there's something else. I'll tell you that much.
you should just look up Phantasy Star 3's like battle music and just see if you'd like to hear that for like 30 hours. And you can judge for yourself on
Pretty
whether
much.
you'd enjoy the game or not. I mean, I enjoy the game a lot, but
The attack animations are definitely
they're very special.
yeah, they're special. Right. Okay, so this is our last shop of the game. We just have to sell a bunch of stuff, all of our extra gear, and then we just buy star dues, soul dues, all that stuff. And yeah, so we get since we're getting Megid, we get an extra soul due, so I can afford to buy less of those, which is cool. But we do need to have at least 8 star dues, or we'll be getting Megided to death pretty hard in the final boss fight.
Unfortunately, you can't sell your vehicles for tons of money.
You could do that in Phantasy Star 1 though, which is pretty cool.
Nice.
So the only thing we really don't want to sell are our shields and obviously the guard rod and power shield. So I think that is that all? I thought I should have a little bit more money than that. Yeah, it's looking like it. Wow. Okay. Whatever. Looks like it's 8 star dues and a soul due then.
So I've seen you use the star do a bunch of times. What exactly does the soul do?
Soul is it's a full resurrect. If you do moon, it only gives them like some of their hit points back when they resurrect. So by using soul, they come back with full, and you don't have to worry about healing them or anything like that.
So you're meant to hit the final stretch of the game. Megid, of course, is optional. We're going to get it for the incentive, but otherwise the game is setting up for the final confrontation, at which point all of your characters come back and you get the choice to choose one for your 5th party member. Some are a lot better than others, and in this case we'll be taking Kira just because she has the best combination of everything. She's very durable, good healing, can be offensive when necessary. Raja would be cool because his healing's pretty spectacular, but unfortunately he's too soft and just is going to die a lot anyway, so we don't take her.
Yeah, I did some testing
Or
with him
him.
because he does have like Nassar and stuff like that, which means you don't have to buy soul dues or star dues or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I did some testing and he died on 80% of the Megids fully buffed, so it just wasn't happening.
Yeah. From there, everybody else kind of sucks. What? Even, yeah. I mean, Grizz is still a piece of crap, and
No, Grizz wouldn't actually be too bad, but here's just way more versatile than him. He's got the hit points and he can equip the shields and he can use the guard rod like a champ, but he just doesn't have that single target, which makes the first part of the fight go so much easier. So this is always here. We could come here before we had Elysion, but
you may as well come all buffed up.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, we couldn't enter it without it, so we have to do a little backtracking to come back here.
See, she's on the verge of dying. She's not dead.
She's just dying. I got Nathu, that's good. This is for the upcoming boss fight. You don't have to grab this, but since we're already just in the building, it's worth it because Rico will be able to survive the final boss's single target a lot more reliably with it equipped. think Chaz hit 31, but I think Rune has a little bit to go, so we'll fight out this battle. Wow. Alright, Rude's still level 30, okay. Alright, that should have done it. So we gotta take the guard shield off Rika here.
That's our good friend and mentor.
What's she doing up here? We gotta do the Swift Helm because she can hurt pretty bad.
Bye. We did it.
So this guy right here is actually an optional boss you can do, but good luck doing it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
It's a trick, man.
It is a trick. He has as much hit points as Impossible Zeo, so that's 65,000. That's about 4 times as much as the final boss had. And in addition, he casts Magic every turn, and he can only use Chaz.
Yeah, so you're not supposed to like give in to your anger. If you do, he just kills you, and then you get to do the whole dungeon over again.
Yeah, that's no fun. So just mash B there and then be done with the place.
But if you show restraint, then he gives you the power to blow things up.
Okay. The final equip here. I don't know why they give Kira 2 slicers there. She starts with 1 shield when you get her originally. It makes sense to have that happen twice.
Alright.
Okay, so here we go. The edge and the final boss, probably some of the hardest parts of the game. For obvious reasons.
Yeah, the monsters are serious, and you gotta be able to run away or else you might die, and then you gotta start out all over again. And then, of course, you can get all the way through. I mean, the dungeon's not that long, but still, the last boss can kill you too, and then you get to do all that over again. And the boss is also 3 stages, so you'd have to do that again too.
It's just a ton of fun. what
It
can I say?
is. That's kind of the main thing. Like, you know, there's decision making to be done in this game, and you got to be smart about it. But it doesn't really matter. You can make all the right decisions. If you don't get the luck that goes along with it, you'll run out.
That's probably the most frustrating part of running this game.
Yeah,
is
it's
you
just-
did everything right, but there was nothing you could have done. Oops. Wait, that's a... whatever, we'll leave that. Doesn't matter. Actually, no, we need to do that. Oops. We'll put the power shield on there. So, it's really important. I just want to talk about the buff order here. It's really important to not just like laze out and be like, oh, Warless second or whatever. It's really important for Rika to get that Saner off. I actually had a fight where it came down to whether Rika got that Saner off first or not, and she did. So, oops, that was not Chaz, was it? Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna see.
I just remembered. Chaz doesn't have the algo ring, so I can't use the Swift Helm in the macro. So there we go. This is, I swear to God, this is the final time we're going into this macro.
We'll be setting up basically every one. Because the boss has 3 stages, you can't afford to blow your load on the very beginning, so you need macros set up to deal damage and heal or whatever you got to do without using resources, and you need macros to deal damage and heal and whatever with resources, because you don't get to change macros mid-battle, obviously, so he's got to set it all up now. Usually, you know, you might use a hand 3-4 macros at any given time, but for this boss, you're probably going to see 6 different ones or so used on a regular basis.
I guess I get them a bit closer. Oh, there we go.
Perfect.
So yeah, the edge is pretty rough.
So I don't know if the bitrate's going to handle this super well or not, but
Yeah, everybody started to take some mushrooms before they went down into the edge and have a little party.
it's a pretty special place. So this is the kind of stuff we're
Yeah.
talking about. Like,
Honestly, dying here isn't a big issue. It's not a big run back or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like, it just happens. Okay, so room still.
I would almost reset anyway.
Oh, Kira's paralyzed. Wonderful. Okay, you know, this is this roll. Seems she gets
Let's see what
unparalyzed.
happens.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So yeah, you can get a group of 3 of the mage guys, and you can see how that would be a problem, especially if you can't run away from them or they ambush you. Must have been pretty uneventful.
It's a nice little stroll after a few ambushes.
Uh-oh.
Into another ambush.
So hopefully in the next area you can see Profalis. He's the Dark Force 1.
Oh,
Or he's the first Dark Force in Phantasy Star 1.
it actually hit.
Oh yeah, it did. She was saving her best for last, I guess, eh?
I guess. For when it counts the most.
Ah, there you go.
It is.
You can always run from him, so it's always nice to get him. He gives the most XP in the game, I
Okay,
believe.
We're pretty much there.
Alright, so no more encounters from here on out.
Yeah.
Alright, so not going to forget to equip that. Perfect.
Nice.
That's a victory in itself. If you ever seen any of my speedruns, I always forget to equip that. So
It's hard to remember.
Ren is forced to flare his way to victory.
So here you're confronting the profound darkness. It's a 3-stage boss battle. The first 2 phases are quite simple. You can get in a little bit of trouble in between 2 and 3, but other than that, it should be all right. Get your buffs up, start dealing damage without using up your limited abilities. And honestly, once they're buffed, Chaz and Rika's damage are pretty good anyway.
We just pretty much spam this fight. I think the only people who are in danger of dying are Rune and Chaz, as per usual.
Do you still need to buff Rika?
Ah, that's right.
I mean, anyway, you can see Chaz is doing almost 400 by himself. Those are the stages. Stage 1's only 2 attacks, single target. You should be able to live through both of them. So you just keep it chill, get your buffs up, slowly whittle them down.
Yeah, this phase isn't bad at all because it's all single target. So if somebody dies, you can just simply use Rover and heal them, and
Yeah.
it'll work pretty much every time.
And you're in no danger of losing a turn or whatever to rebuff and whatnot. It's all good.
I guess we could just manually do this one. She did defense. Oh yeah, so that's the thing when the button skips over.
Nice and easy. Stage 2 has a friendly enough single, but it can AoE as well.
Yeah, it's got about a 3 and 8 to do the single target, which is pretty good odds considering. But it also has some pretty nasty stuff like I think it has another gate as well as distortion.
So the one of the problems you can run into is, you know, maybe he AoEs you and then you kill him before you get a heal out or something, you know, something weird like that.
Yeah, and that wastes a turn against the third phase, which is no good.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, you do have a decent chance of getting that single target, so you shouldn't have to worry about too much during this fight. Classic Chaz there.
Classic. Reliving our Sandworm days.
Yeah. This Sandworm fight was actually pretty good, but I've seen Sandworm fights where Chaz will miss for 10 plus turns. So it's just ridiculous. A big heal for 1 damage. Good stuff.
Do what you gotta do.
That lazy macro action.
Gotta go fast.
So it's important not to use too many Gisars here because we need Rika to still be able to cast at least a couple more Saners. And possibly even a Deban if we get really unlucky with cancelings.
Yeah, stage 3, which we'll be getting to very soon, is where things get a little crazy.
That's definitely our last Gisar. I'm sorry to cut you off there.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Oh,
So that's interesting.
that's a thing.
Okay, he's gonna. Okay, it
Actually,
didn't
like,
shift. I was
see,
like, it's
yeah.
gonna happen. No,
Yeah,
no.
if he had shifted there, I would have been all kinds of bad.
Yeah.
Luckily, you can get a full heal here with the
Yeah.
repair kit.
Okay, where are you? Okay, guard rod here. We need to cast Saner when he gets back up though. So yeah, Ren can only lose Saner when he dies, so it's a little bit unfortunate he did. We won't try to push him this turn.
So stage 3 is always going to open with Megid, which is a large damage dealing ability. You ought to be okay. It's just a matter of, is she going to spam it more than 1 turn? She also has an ability called Canceling, which is going to remove all of your debuffs, which means you have to put them back on the next turn. So then the other danger there is she can debuff you, and then is she going to cast Saner before you can get your, or not Saner, Megid before you get your buffs back on? That could be another issue as well. So there's a lot that can go wrong. Or it could just be like literally nothing happens and you just beat her to death, you know, it's just...
Yeah, it's quite the variance in
Yeah.
the way the fight can go.
So then you get a music change and
I think actually attack this one.
so this is why you save all of your abilities, because you gotta burn her down as fast as possible.
Yeah, it's really a race against her and your resources, like
Yeah.
how many medges you can actually take. I can take about, I think, 9.
Yeah. So
Oh boy. So that was a really high variance on Chaz.
yeah.
So I have to do this manually.
So it's one of the joys of the game. Like that was just a really high damage roll, and yes, you know, but do you want to spend an extra X amount of minutes getting Chaz, you know, 2-3 more levels so that can't happen? It's just... So this could be okay.
So Chaz doesn't have his damage buff anymore.
Yeah. bit of a free turn here, though. So
Yeah, that was good. Even I can't believe Rune survived that, to be honest. That must have been really low damage. Okay. Oh, not TM. Tandle, okay. Can back that power
if
shield.
only.
Well, no, he shouldn't have lost the power shield. You know, we should medge it, right? That's what we got it for, right? So there's no real reason to buff Chaz's speed, so we're not going to bother doing that. I'm sure we'll get cancelled soon enough anyways.
There you go.
Yeah,
Like clockwork.
that's how she goes. So if we get a medget here, we can't win. But we got that instead, so I guess that's something.
It's something.
But now
it could be worse.
Kira does not have barrier, so when I resurrect her, she's going to be in a pretty tough situation. Also, we don't have physical protection up right now, so we're going to have Rika do that for us. Since I got this Moondew, we're just going to give it a shot, see if we can't get lucky.
Yeah, things could be going better.
So there's really no point in trying to heal Kira. Because if she comes back and I get magited, she's dead anyways.
Let's get a single target.
Okay,
that
that'll
works
work.
too.
That'll work. Okay.
Oh,
There we go. Game
well,
over.
That's it.
Well, I'll give it a shot to try and salvage it, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, you cannot survive a Megid without barrier. It's the one thing you have to get off before she goes. That's the danger.
Oh my god, look at that
That's
agility.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there you go.
It's okay. You have 50 more minutes.
Don't worry, it'll only take, we got 4 more attempts then. I think it takes 15 minutes per, so we got
Something
this.
like that. Yeah. We're in there still.
But now we have to go down here again, so
As we're making our way back, you mind if I make a few donations over here?
absolutely.
Alrighty. So first of all, we have a $10 donation from Arashi. Thank you very much. And then we have $10 from Kathy and Lucas. It says, "This is in the name of my sister Kathy, a proud ma since 3 months. I add another $5 to hers because I deleted her Shining Force 2 save file twice when we were kids. By accident. And I'm still very sorry." I did that too with the Zelda 2 to my older brother when I was like 7.
Oh,
I don't think he's forgiven me yet. He was always on the final dungeon and everything.
that's a hard game, man. That's
I learned not to press the reset button on the NES. And then I want to plug in some of the prizes and the bids, donation incentives that we have coming up. Because apparently I have received word that the PayPal and the donation tracker and everything is now working 100% now. So, first of all, up until the end of this run still, we still have the Steam keys available for Phantasy Star 4 available. Those are donated graciously by Jeno. And then for Final Fantasy 13, which will be coming up right after this run, we have
Almost.
Final Fantasy 13 for both for the 360, PS3, and Steam keys for Steam, all available. And those will all be able to be won with $5 donations during the Final Fantasy 13 run. And then I wanted to plug one more time that we did have the Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix, some donation incentives for that game open up within the last hour or so. So these are brand new donation incentives. They haven't been donated to, but these are new events that we could see if the goals are met. And those are to fight Sephiroth at level 1 and to fight Terra at level 1. So those are both $500 a piece. So we have a few days to meet those. But if you want to see those met, feel free to get those donations in now.
All right. Round 2. Hopefully it goes better than last time. You know what? I think that's a good sign. My last PB, there was
true.
no guns.
That's
so
true.
Let's do this.
Stop doing things right. I guess it'll be all right. It's a. That's where evil lives, man. In the hairball. Dang, High Rock. I led myself into that one, didn't I?
I have seen a lot of comments in chat about that beautiful hair on the couch.
Nice. So again, we got business as usual here.
Yeah.
Take your time, get your buffs, start whittling them down. No need to waste resources because you want those for when stage 3 just is gonna kill you anyway. No problem.
Big damage from that multi-target.
Yeah, I mean, so you're losing around 70, 80 damage per turn with that. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah, it's just, it really doesn't matter here. You only have to do, I think, 2,500 or 5,000 to these guys.
Yeah, that's-
Oh, I thought Ren got hurt. What's up with that?
Nice.
Bye, Chaz. Oh, living.
Got his big boy pants on today.
Oh, that wasn't even a full heal. I think that's a, yeah, that's definitely a switch. Oh.
Huh.
I've never seen that one before, but alright. We can't really play it safe on this one because it's all multi-target pretty much, so might as well just do whatever we have to.
Sure.
Alright, no soul dues for us. We're gonna have to get really lucky. Oops, I had him using it, right? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, this should push him, I
I can
think.
stabilize now.
Oh, it didn't push him. Whatever, good. A little more damage. Oh, we get some bonus hits in on Force 3. Or around Darkness 3.
Nice.
Okay. Six. Okay, yeah. Still got Medges left. think I used
One
too many
more.
heals. Yeah, whatever. Oh, she took no damage there.
Lots of singles.
A little FS. So yeah, besides like canceling into Medjed, you can also get 2 Medjed straight in a row, so it's another thing you gotta watch out for.
Well, she's being nice for now.
For now, we'll see. Or she doesn't wake up. That worked out anyways.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'd have to redo anyway.
Okay, good. Got the barrier off. Still die from physical attacks until Warla goes up though. I don't really see that move too often. It's not really great to have it on anybody but Ren either. What? No. So I'm going to try and save some of Chaz's crosscuts for the macro instead of wasting them all and having to do it manually every time I want to use macro D. Okay, I got the barrier off again. Oh, she woke up. That's good.
Probably want to be ready on time soonish.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get the guard, yeah. Alright, still win this without Chaz, we're far enough into it.
One hit point.
Yeah, we really need to get a single target attack going here. Almost out of Stardews for sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's killer. Time.
there we go.
Hey, man.
That was lucky. Holy crap, man.
Just a little bit. It's all the luck you needed after all that bad luck.
That's true. It happens like that. I remember watching Agi do a run, and I think he killed him with like the very last attack by Ren before he was about to die. It was amazing, man.
Nice, dude. Sub 4.
Yeah.
GG.
That's good.
Nice run, dude.
I never really understood the ending here. Why did they turn into a bunch of crystals and stuff like that? Like, okay. Apparently that saved you from the darkness. Good stuff. Yeah, this ending is extremely long too, so if we're watching it, be prepared for a telenovela here.
Yeah.
Real quick, you mind if I get a couple donations in and a little announcement that we have?
Absolutely.
All right. So first we have a $5 donation from Anonymous. It just says, RPG bosses covered in fangly mouths for the win. And then $1 from Epic Kai 13. So better start donating for those characters and file names before I take another last-second snipe again. But for now, all hail Lord Demon Chocoboard. Lord Demon Chocoboard is love. Lord Demon Chocoboard is life.
Okay.
So before we get to the Final Fantasy 13 run, we're actually going to be having a bonus game beforehand, and that is going to be Serious Sam: The Random Encounter, being run by Alta Biscuit. So that's going to be happening right now between Phantasy Star 4 and Final Fantasy 13. Quest of Glory. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been getting my games all out of order. Quest of Glory comes before Final Fantasy 13. My bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's done. And it's
Yeah,
long.
there's nothing else,
So
yeah.
there's really no point in watching more of it.
Sure, you can watch a video on YouTube if you're really that interested.
There you go.
So yeah, just to clarify, our next game is going to be a little bonus game. It's going to be Serious Sam: The Random Encounter, being run by Alta Biscuit, and then we will be getting to Quest for Glory. Just to clarify, because I don't know the order of games. All right, everyone, we're going to be doing a quick ad before we get into our next game. So we will see you all on the other side.
Not a lot.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Once again, this is RPG Limit Break 2016. This is a speedrunning charity marathon in support of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is an organization that works to increase availability on mental health care, promote intervention, support mental health caregivers, and various other activities. If you want to know more about NAMI and what they're all about and what they do, feel free to visit their website at nami.org or contact them via their Twitter, which is @NAMICommunicate.